Surprised they're selling the studio though. It'd probably be more profitable to take the loss as a tax write-off. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why these companies do that. Because you're right, maybe they do. Trying to Google it. Everything so far, nothing has helped. Yeah, got you, Kuma. Yeah, sorry I couldn't be more help. I wish I could be, but I haven't heard of this issue before. My guess is audio ducting from Discord. The only other thing I can think of is possibly maybe Windows is being weird when you launch the game and it's like changing the default devices on it, and it's like using a different microphone lead. Some microphones have like multiple audio channels, and it might be swapping between them as you launch HG2 because Windows is getting weird about it. So make sure like default audio devices stay the same and Discord is staying the same, because it might be swapping. Because like in Discord you choose, there's an option to say use default computer device, right? And it's possible that when you launch HG2, Windows might be like deciding to change the default audio device. Totally a guess, but yeah. Plague Tale I did stick with, but the first time I tried to quit, it is incredibly slow in intro section. Gotcha. Oh, if you guys don't mind a little bit of React content, there was a YouTube video I wanted to watch. Skill Up got to play Blood of the Dawnwalker. You guys down for a little React content?
Open the door to a new...
You guys cool with that? This is the Witcher 3 devs making the vampire game.
On your terms, but this video is sponsored boot.dev. Click the link below and use offer code SKILLUP30 at checkout to get 30% off your entire first year of the annual plan. That's an even bigger discount than usual, so do get in quick. More details after the video.
I like Skill Up. He's my Aussie reviewer. He usually has like solid takes. Not like 100% hit rate. Sometimes he's like biased in his own way, but you know, everybody has their, you know, their takes, right?
It's one of the most hyped games of 2026, or at least it was until IGN uploaded an 8-minute gameplay reveal. Now this wasn't IGN's fault. At least
I didn't watch this.
Since I'm sure they were provided this footage by Studio Rebel Wolves and they just uploaded it, but this really wasn't a great showcase of what this game is, or any game really. I mean, they spent like 4 minutes of this 8-minute video literally looking at a wall, and it wasn't doing that. It was showing off some combat that looked a little stiff, some visuals that looked a little
that combat looked meh,
and some facial animations that looked a little wooden. But that was 8 minutes of gameplay. Today, I come to you bearing 20-ish minutes of gameplay, none of which is mine, by the way. It's all provided B-roll, but I did play the game for about 4 hours, completing the game's ambitious prologue. I'm here to tell you that the IGN preview you saw was largely accurate, except for the wall stuff, I guess. That was a bit disproportionate. Combat is a little stiff. Visuals certainly aren't cutting edge, and facial animations could definitely do with a pass or two, or 3, depending on which character you're talking to. But honestly, I really don't give a shit about that, because I was 100%.
This is like a AA game though, so I kind of expect that.
Dark world building, these ambitious, morally grey decisions I was forced to make, this intriguing spin on vampires as both dictators and saviors, and this novel approach to vampirism, where the hunger can force you to do things that you may not want to do, forever altering your path as you kill important NPCs or become infamous among the citizenry. And that was just the storytelling, where I also like the combat, simple though it is. I also like the visuals too.
Parry, blocking, dodging.
Yeah, I agree, they aren't great, but I do hold in my mind an awareness that this is not a game from CD Projekt Red.
Well, it's supposed to remind you of The Witcher to some extent.
This is a debut title from an independent studio that started with just 20 people back in 2022 and is now sitting at around 150 people as they're about to ship their game. In that context,
you can tell it's studio's first game.
Yeah. Some presentation issues, especially when the source is this good. That source may, at first glance, look, smell, and taste like The Witcher 3 reheated. It's little surprise, of course, almost all of the leadership of this studio
I get a huge dopamine release whenever I see gear like
Tastes
this.
The Witcher 3
Dopamine. I know some people fucking hate this stuff, but I get a dopamine release. I love this. I'm totally fine with a gearing system like this. I like numbers, and I like building my build, you know, plus this, minus that. Love it. So I know some people are going to fucking moan and be like, oh, another looter game. But like, dude, I love this shit.
It's a little surprise, of course, almost all of the leadership of this studio had leadership roles while making The Witcher 3, including game director, quest director, senior writer, lead concept artist, composers, and more. Rather than shy away from that legacy, Rebel Wolves have embraced it with two clawed hands, delivering a visual palette, soundscape, combat rhythm, and storytelling vibe that is so Witcher, you'd be forgiven for thinking
bigger
it was some
damage.
sort of licensed spin-off. I suspect there will be plenty of commentary based on these previews about whether or not this is too Witcher, and I think it's a fair question, but I promise you, there is a
that guy just standing there watching you fight the other guy.
Its world building is different and feels even darker and more bleak than The Witcher did. Its dual gameplay model is vastly different, spending time as both a human and a vampire depending on the time of day.
That looks kind of sick.
Yours, by the way, more on that later. Speaking of time of day, that's a huge thing here, since the entire game runs on a 30-day clock where every major action you take moves time forward, and many of the quest outcomes will depend on how you choose to spend your limited time. Speaking of quests, did you know that you don't actually need to do any of them in order to complete the game? Once you step out of the prologue, you can beeline straight for the main objective and finish the game immediately, just like Breath of the Wild, or you can do absolutely everything and spend an estimated 70 hours plus to see it all. For me,
cool.
Blood of the Dawnwalker is walking a fine balance of the familiar and the new.
Visually, the game looks nice.
Squinted while playing. I'd swear I was running around the foothills of Kaer Morhen again, but when my eyes were wide open, I could clearly see all the big and small ways that Blood of the Dawnwalker is looking to.
The video's bitrate is kind of shit, so it's kind of blurry, but
and all I could think when I put down
those
the
look good.
controller after 4 hours was, God damn, man,
what up, Dream?
I cannot wait to lose like 60 plus hours to this game.
No, we haven't got time.
Hurry up, Cohen. They're waiting.
Blood of the Dawnwalker's most alluring quality is its dark fantasy setting, embracing a grim, almost nihilistic tone that feels oppressively bleak in every moment. While the plague ravages 14th century Europe, this little pocket of the world is protected by way of a Faustian bargain. A vampire lord by the name of Brensis uses his blood to protect people from the plague, and protect them from outside aggressors who might otherwise pillage their lands. Health and security is a rare gift during such a dark time, but a great price must be paid for this protection. The people must regularly pay a blood tax to their lord in order to satiate his hunger, something that occurs once a month at a ceremonial blood mass. It's not
That's the 30-day clock.
Drinks from, unless of course those people were already weak enough not to survive the mass, in which case Brensis is perfectly willing to cull the weakness from his flock. It's on the eve of one of these masses that we meet our hero, Cohen, a predetermined character who cannot be customized in any way. He's a miner's
okay
son
with that.
and worked in the silver mines from a young age, a detail that is not at all insignificant. He and his family do their best to keep their heads down, but their mother is suffering from a psychological ailment that leaves her catatonic and unwilling to eat. In her weakened state, she's unlikely to survive the next mass, and Cohen's journey begins with a simple goal of trying to get her to eat so that she might have strength enough to see another full moon. As Cohen begins his quest, the contours of this bleak world begin to take shape. From the setup I've just provided, you might imagine that Brensis is maniacal and keeps a firm boot on the neck of the local populace, but it's more complicated and frankly more interesting than that. Brensis is ruthless, but he doesn't seem cruel. He's omnipotent, but he isn't a mad king. His grip is firm, but he seems more interested in efficiently ruling his fiefdom than he does torturing it for sport. In turn, many of the locals acknowledge and even appreciate this accord. While they fear Brensis, they fear disease and war even more, and so they see the price he extracts as a fair,
It's very
or at
Witcher
least the
credit.
lesser of two
Yeah.
evils. That's an interesting idea in a story such as this.
Even to someone in like the
Imagine
gameplay and
ruling
stuff.
vampire who feeds on his subjects must be capital E evil, and the entire population eager to overthrow him. Instead, Brensis seems more pragmatic than anything else.
The story sounds really interesting so far.
Dictatorship.
It's not
and that
cliche.
his subjects are eager to protect for fear of the alternative. The world
You know,
building has
evil
layers
leader
beyond that.
is not
There are military
truly
forces
evil.
aligned to Brensis, as well as those representing other
Right.
regions, and they all jostle for control of Brensis's territory.
I always love the writing style of like an evil villain or like the evil antagonist of a story, that you can start to understand why they do such things, even though they are evil and like, you know, bad, but they try to do it in such a way that you can kind of see parallels of like, okay, I can kind of get what they're doing. They don't just seem like evil all the way through. So it'll be interesting to interact with the characters of the game and how they see and portray it, and then maybe, you know, you can actually side with them. I'm curious to see how far you can like change the narrative of the game, and like, is there good and bad? What kind of decision making is there, or is it like a set story? I'm hoping he'll kind of answer that.
There's a growing insurgency.
Like Abby, yeah, like Abby. Another one that like is kind of also a pretty good one is Thanos, right? Thanos has reasons to believe why he is doing something that's like good, right? Because of overpopulation and so on and so forth that ravaged his country, or sorry, his planet, like his civilization, right? So like you can start to understand, right? Rather than evil character is evil, right? It sounds like this vampire lord is trying to protect this like fiefdom by, you know, using his powers to do that. But obviously in order for him to do that, he needs to have a blood tax, right? Kind of interesting.
Hoping to strike when Brensis is weak so they can regain their freedom, though not everyone sees it that way. There's witchcraft here too, like the ability to heal.
It's like the vampire leader in Oblivion. Yeah.
There's so much more, and all of this is served up in just the opening hours of the game. Right off the jump, it feels incredibly dense and rich and interesting. Blood of the Dawnwalker may not have the graphics or facial animations of a modern AAA game, but it has something.
It looks very
far more
AA,
valuable to me at least,
and I'm okay with that.
Feeling of authorship. The sense that talented people imagined a world and wrote it to life. None of the presentation blew me away, but I vividly remember many of the NPCs that I met, the storylines I found myself.
Like, I'm okay with facial animations not being insane.
That stuff is the true
as long as the writing is good,
like this, I think.
And the voice acting is good.
The Dawnwalker is delivering in spades.
Says I. Give it back.
Should have minded your own beeswax, lad.
Yeah, the facial animations are quite stiff.
And look how my neighbors repaid me.
Just as Dawnwalker is looking to deliver,
it's like a bunch of Scandinavians talking to you.
Looking to deliver a fresh new spin on the open world RPG formula, but where the narrative and world building immediately look to differentiate themselves, Dawnwalker's structural differences take more time to make.
It just can't be distractingly bad.
Starting point
and
is familiarity, especially if you've played The Witcher 3.
I don't think the facial animations are distractingly bad, which is okay. Like, yeah, did you see Mass Effect Andromeda at release? Those were distractingly bad to the point where I didn't like playing the game because it was so bad, right? Because the animations were distracting. You literally couldn't pay attention to the conversation because their faces were doing all stupid shit. I don't mind if it's like a little stiff, because then I could just be like, I'm just going to concentrate on what they're saying rather than, yeah. So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It looks AA, but the price is pure AAA. What is the price? I mean, the price is like this. You just don't buy it at release, right? Because if it is, yeah, it's like full price. So the thing is that you just don't buy it at release. You buy it later when it goes on sale. You know what I mean, Dream? It's just one of those games that you just don't buy immediately, and you wait like 6 months, and then it's like 50% off, right? And I totally get that. And because this is a AA release, it's most likely going to go on sale faster than the AAA games that might go on 20% sale, you know, after 6 months, maybe. Yeah. I prices on games like this, I don't really mind, because it's not like it's a multiplayer game that you have to play right now, right? Or else you're going to miss out. This is the kind of game that you could pick up in like a year and it'll feel exactly the same. It might even feel better because of patches and stuff like that to fix random bugs, you know? So price, I don't really care, you know, whatever, full price game, but
the game
just wait.
Looks like The Witcher in terms of its setting, color palette, architecture, and NPC attire. Open up the menu and you're going to find an inventory that looks perhaps a little too familiar, and a map with perhaps too many icons on it. The music is, yeah,
there's a lot of icons.
Witcher, to the point where I'm like, maybe we could have stretched a little more here.
That is very Witcher.
Add to that, a choice-based dialogue system powering branching narratives and a melee and spell-based combat model that we'll talk a little bit more about later. And the opening act of Dawnwalker serves up more than enough ammunition for anyone willing to argue that we have The Witcher at home. It's not until you start getting into the prologue proper that things start to feel a little different. The quest to save your mother is the only objective you have when you're sent out your door at the start of the day. But consistent with the rest of the game's design philosophy, you can completely ignore that quest if you want to. However, there will be consequences for doing so. This is where we need to start talking about the way that Dawnwalker handles time. In this prologue, you have a full day to complete your task, and this little bar in the top right denotes how much time you've spent. Important to note that time does not flow freely.
Look at top right hand corner, wee hours. All right, I like that.
You to move quickly. Instead, time only moves forward.
The wee hours of the morning.
Commit to courses of action. For example, you might pick up a quest from a villager asking for help, and their request won't move the clock forward. You can then go wandering around the countryside for
it's so much like Witcher. I'm okay with that.
As long as you like, right? But the moment you go to the place they've asked you to go and you speak to the relevant
the UI is very similar. Music,
option,
even the aesthetic to some extent.
The act of moving that quest forward, at which point the clock moves forward.
Make it quick then.
Nice pig you have here. It's a Yorgoose though, isn't it? I recognize that patch.
I felt this system very keenly as I was working my way through the prologue because there were more quests than I could have completed in a single day. I had to choose which ones I would complete versus which ones I would skip, and that simple decision had numerous trade-offs associated with it. For example, you can choose to ignore that quest to save your mother entirely, spending your time helping others instead. Time will march on, and when the day is done and it's finally time for mass, your mother's fate is sealed. Similarly, you can beeline your mother's questline to the exclusion of all else, since there's a time jump option once that quest is completed, allowing you to skip straight to the mass. At that point, you'll see the consequences of
either Witcher. No. It's vampire senses.
Since some of them also needed your help to survive the mass, something you wouldn't have known had you not spent time exploring the village and speaking to its citizens. The standout example of this begins this way.
Kremler? What happened?
Someone took the banner. The one Kinyaz Brensis ordered for the church to replace the old cross. And mass is tonight, when Kinyaz Brensis demanded the village made a new banner for the church. No one was willing to, so I took it upon myself to protect the village, save you all from the Kinyaz's wrath. If you work out who did it, you come right back to me, lad. Or else, I'm good as dead.
So that's the setup. An old lady was making a banner at the behest of Brensis, and she volunteered to do it because she wanted to spare other villagers the wrath of Brensis were they to get it wrong. Now someone has stolen the banner, and the old lady is sure to be punished unless it can be found before the mass begins. At this point, you'll use your Witcher senses, and yes, they really do have Witcher senses here, to track down the thief, learning that they were wounded and they used a cane to walk. When you confront him, he freely admits to his crime because the banner was a form of heresy, depicting vampires as deities in place of their traditional god. He says his act of defiance is one that he knew he would pay the ultimate price for, but he says that his death is worth it if it inspires others towards rebellion. At that point, you have to choose what to do. Do you keep this man's secret and let the old woman die, or do you reveal it and damn him instead? Does he deserve to die because of his thieving, or is he justified because of his higher purpose? And that old woman who does Brensis' bidding, should she be punished for her heresy? Or does it matter that she only volunteered to protect others from a fate that she was about to meet? It very much reminded me of one of the first quests in The Witcher 3, where an arson burns down a dwarf's house because the dwarf is making arms for the occupying army. Even though the dwarf doesn't really want to be doing that, if Geralt turns in the man out of a sense of moral righteousness, the man is summarily executed, a punishment that seems to far outweigh the crime. The moral tensions within these two quests are similar, but the structure of them is different because of your limited time and because of how the outcomes of these quests are resolved. In The Witcher, that quest will only resolve itself if you intervene. The events of that quest essentially don't exist until you set them in motion, but in Dawnwalker's Clockwork universe, events will move forward with or without your intervention.
Cool.
If you never discover this woman and you never begin her quest line, she will still die, and you'll see her strung up on the church as you enter the mass, a reminder that in Dawnwalker,
that's good.
Inaction defines events as much as your action does. Much the same.
I love the idea of that because it means that I will be interested in playing the game more than once to play out it differently, right? I love the fact that the game continues to play itself. Like, essentially, you're playing through a clock of time and you get to pick your path, but the game continues without you or not. It is ballsy of them because most RPGs do not do that. essentially the game freezes in time. Most games, at least, they freeze in time until you interact with them, right? It's very rare to find a game that actually like continues a living, breathing world. That's very interesting. There's a timer. Now, it could backfire on them because gamers might feel like you have to like speed run everything in order to do everything. But I hope it's done in such a way that, you know, there's meaningful decisions done throughout the game, that it doesn't feel like, oh, I missed that. I missed that. So it makes you feel bad constantly. We'll see. Something that should have been in Cyberpunk. What's the meme? The main character waiting for you at the bar because you just never do the final mission. I'm forgetting her name, Hanako or something. Hopefully it's not the illusion of choice. Well, it sounds like it's not the illusion of choice. It is action. So there's action, inaction, and then there's a fork in the action, right? So it seems like as far as the decision tree, you can choose to do nothing. You can choose to literally just ignore them. That's actually another option, and just like play ignorance. And then there's the decisions inside the quest as well. And that's just one example. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. That's really neat. But it'll mean that like I might actually want to play the game again and take a different path, right? Because it sounds like it can play out very differently depending on what choices you make with your time. I like that. That's very unique. Most games don't do that.
Prologue. After the largest set of events are set in motion, you have 30 days and 30 nights to rescue your family from Brensis before a coronation ceremony. What's interesting about this is that you can walk right up to the castle immediately after the prologue and confront Brensis. Much like Ganon in Breath of the Wild, Brensis is always ready to greet you, though the path through his castle and your final battle with him will no doubt be significantly more challenging if you haven't already weakened his hold on the region, dispatched his lieutenants, and secured yourself weapons, armor, and experience to steel yourself. We've obviously seen this approach in the modern Zelda games, but to adopt it in a narrative-led open-world RPG is very ambitious.
Yeah.
On one hand, it's exciting because it makes the game a sandbox that allows you to pick and choose where to go and what you want to do. On the other hand, it brings with it considerable risk when it comes to the narrative. See this menu here with Brensis and his lieutenants? The moment I saw this, I got flashbacks to like every Ubisoft game for the past 10 years. Freedom to complete objectives in any order sounds good on paper, but it's much harder to construct compelling narratives and character arcs when you need to keep everything deliberately fragmented so that it can be reconstituted in any order. Honestly, this is kind of my biggest concern about the game at this point. It's not impossible to tell a good story this way, but it is much, much harder. And I'm going to be very interested to see how Rebel Wolves tackle this challenge, because given how leveraged this experience is into its world building, storytelling, and characters, a misstep here could see this entire experience collapse into a heap.
Fair.
So Dawnwalker is delivering a new setting, some compelling world building, and a novel structure that forces you to confront the consequences of both your actions and your inactions. But it isn't stopping there. It's also delivering a satisfying combat model that looks to respond to criticisms leveled at The Witcher 3's combat, while also offering a really unique spin on vampirism that affects not only your combat, but also your exploration, dialogue options, and reputation with the citizenry. Combat first though. Yes, you are again a dude with a sword fighting other dudes with swords, with combat framing that feels very reminiscent of Geralt. And again, that is no accident, since the person who did the motion capture for Cohen is a guy named Maciej Kwiatkowski, and he was the same dude who did motion capture for Geralt in The Witcher 3 Rebel Wolves. You absolutely cannot keep getting away with this. The big difference here is the focus on directional inputs. Cohen will automatically block attacks in any direction, but doing so will cost stamina. If, however, you can block in the right direction and time it properly, that block won't cost you any stamina, freeing you up to go on the offensive and also earning you extra activation charge that can be used for various abilities, like throwing sand in your enemy.
I see the UI now.
So look, this is pretty simple stuff, but I will tell you, it is solid. Much like Kingdom Come Deliverance, it's incredibly satisfying when you're able to read your enemy and actively block their attacks.
I like this combat system now. It's actually deeper than I thought. I just wasn't seeing the UI.
Putting a premium on flashy animations. It's functional to look at, but it's honestly much more fun to play than it looks.
Cool. I like that.
Things get a hell of a lot more fun when you're fighting as a vampire, though I guess we should explain how all of that works first. During the prologue, Cohen becomes what he fears most, a vampire. This is a process initiated by Brensis, who takes one of his teeth and rams it into Cohen's heart, though that transformation wasn't as complete as Brensis would have hoped for. Because Cohen grew up in the silver mines, his body rejected at least part of the transformation, and that's how he's able to move about in the day without melting into sticky goo. Hence, Dawnwalker. The only downside to that is that Cohen is not as powerful as the other vampires who have fully embraced their dark gift. Still, Cohen has at least some of the perks of being a vampire. A shadowy teleportation ability is useful in both exploration, but also in combat. Cohen can also walk on walls.
Cool.
And during combat, he can feast on his enemies to regain health. But that blood hunger has its own fascinating trade-offs outside of combat. If you aren't topped up and you enter a dialogue sequence, some of the dialogue will randomly change for just a split second to an option that will see you sink your fangs into their neck. You could choose to wait for this text to change by timing it, or you can select it accidentally when the words just happen to transform at the moment you press that button. That's obviously meant to simulate Cohen losing control. And the thing is, this can happen at very inconvenient moments. When you're talking to NPCs you might want to keep alive.
Yo, what?
You can in fact kill important quest NPCs, which may forever close off certain quest lines to you. And while I'm sure that can be circumvented with a bit of
That's
save
cool.
time, it's cool to imagine a playthrough where you just submit to the outcome of your dark urges. What makes this even
All
more
right, that's
interesting is
really
that playing
neat.
as a
I
vampire
like
is
that.
always a choice.
That's really
The laws
cool.
have also confirmed that you can skip every night cycle, choosing to slumber while you wait for the break of day. That way you can play through the entire game as a human, and of course you can also do the exact opposite, skipping daytime sequences so you live only as a vampire. Committing to these singular playthroughs is challenging though, since you're essentially giving yourself 50% less time on the clock to complete quests, vanquish foes, collect gear, and gain experience, and you'll also lose
Turning
some
into a
of the cost of
direwolf,
events that might
nice.
come from one
Instead of
single play,
using them out,
like
I
hexes,
like
for
that.
example, which are specific to your human form. But this choice doesn't need to be so binary either, since the game will regularly let you choose how you want to accomplish objectives as either a vampire or a human, with completely different paths available to you depending on which form you take. The infiltration of a stronghold might be challenging for Cohen in his human form, but it's doable so long as he's willing to fight or sneak his way through. For vampire Cohen though, you can literally just run straight up walls and teleport across distances. There's a little bit of immersive sim baked into this formula, and given the power and flexibility of the vampire fantasy, I think this approach is just what the doctor ordered.
So many bugs.
Cool.
This is nothing.
So look, usual caveats apply here. This is
Bear.
a preview build, it's still in development. The prologue was great, but the full game might suck. You never know. But I do genuinely think that this prologue was great. And to those of you who
Bear
are
rate
rattled by
sucks.
that IGN clip, I do hope I've given you at least a little bit of comfort. I do want to come back to those Witcher 3 comparisons though, because even in this preview, I've spoken about the many, many ways that this game feels like a spiritual successor to The Witcher. It kind of looks like The Witcher, it's in a similar setting and time period, the soundtrack sounds extremely Witcher.
It looks so
Combat
Witcher
feels
in the
very
background.
Witcher-inspired. I mean, they use the same dude for motion capture, for Christ's sake. There's even Witcher sensors. I mean, really, Rebel Wolves, did you need to bring back the Witcher sensors?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
that
did.
is all true.
Gamers expect it at
inescapably
this
so.
point.
But I do hope that throughout this
It's kind of
preview,
just a
I've
modern
shown you
gaming trope.
many ways that this isn't just The Witcher, and those ways are
I mean, maybe
far
they could have
from
figured out a
realistic.
different way to
This
do it,
is obviously
but-
an all-new world built on new moral and political complexity, challenging our expectations of what an evil vampire lord might be like, or how citizens might respond to their rule. There's the time mechanic, which forces you to choose some things and forego others, and unlike similar games, the things
I'm
you
excited.
forego can be just as important as
I'm
the
excited.
things you commit to. There's the freedom to beeline toward the final confrontation immediately, or spend the 50, 60, 70 hours fully exploring the lands to ready yourself for that climactic showdown. There's a non-linear approach to storytelling that allows you to write your own saga in whatever page order you please, and there's effectively two different gameplay fantasies you can interface with, human and vampire, each with their own approach to combat and exploration, and you have the choice to engage with both of them or just one if that's your preference. Everything I've listed there is pretty core stuff. So yeah, the inventory looks like the inventory from The Witcher 3, but the similarities between these two games is rather skin deep. Scratch away at them for just a little and I think you're going to find a very different game underneath. One that I really loved playing through for 4 hours, and one that I am very, very excited to play for dozens more when the game releases on September 3rd this year for PC, PS5 and Xbox Series consoles. I will have a full review up at or near the embargo, so do look forward to that. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss that one, by the way. Thanks for watching, and a big thanks to this video's sponsor, boot.dev.
I was already quite excited for this game, and I feel like that really showed me that I'm even more excited than I originally was. I know that's not what you meant. That's pretty cool. I like that. I didn't realize they were taking so many risks with the way they were doing the storytelling and the way they were doing the timing. There's a lot of cool stuff going on there. That's neat. The blood hunger one, that one is sick. I love that. I like that a lot. You do like a no blood playthrough, so like every time you talk to an NPC or someone, dude, imagine talking to your mom in the game and you get the blood hunger. The neck chop look really good, yeah. That's neat. I think the game looks cool. I'm very excited to check it out. I think Dream is absolutely right, though, that, like, you know, it is a AA title asking for full price, but I think it can get away with it because it is a single-player game, right? It's a single-player game that you don't need to play immediately at release, and single-player games always have that, like, they always have that, like, time period of about a year to 6 months, somewhere in that range, where they go from full price to not full price anymore, and you start seeing them on sale, like, big time. And as long as you're patient, like, you just pick up the game at 50%. You know? Just got here was the trailer again. That was for Dawnwalker, Blood of the Dawnwalker. Sorry. What's it called again? What's the full name? I just know it as Dawnwalker. The blood of the Dawnwalker. The Blood of the Dawnwalker. It's from the creators, some of the original creators of The Witcher 3. And there's a lot of similarities between the two. This is the first part of the video, but I wonder if killing peaceful animals will lead to the village going against you. We didn't really see a faction system like Mass Effect or anything like that. It seemed more like there was just consequences for engaging with one side or the other. It seemed like more cause and effect rather than this faction disliked that, if that makes sense. But I also do love the Breath of the Wild take that you can literally finish the game from the get-go. I love games that do that because it's really interesting, and it also will be a challenge run to see if you could finish the game immediately or not. It's always cool to see if people engage like that, right? Always really cool. Is this just normal Illuminate? I kind of feel like just playing against Illuminate, not gonna lie. Kind of hyped for the sequel they teased. Playing as the same dude, just modern times. Which game? You talking about? I'm still waiting for an RPG game where you really just like a random fella trying to make do with experience at the big events. Bystander. Come on, my MC to not be the MC. I just feel like it's really hard to do a compelling story without making your dude not special eventually. You know, even the most basic dude turns out to not be basic. Like, how do you make a compelling story or compelling narrative or compelling gameplay without your basic dude not being basic? Like, even in the boys, like, he's not basic. He quickly becomes not just a basic dude. Because he then surrounds himself with a bunch of, like, not basic dudes. You know what I mean? And that's what makes the story interesting, right? But I guess he still is a basic dude. I don't know. That's just kind of the issue, right? Like, even in KCD2 or KCD, right, you become a lot more, right? Obviously, it's a progression where you start as just a basic dude, but you become a lot more than that. Like, I feel like that's just, you always need that progression in order for it to be interesting. Because if you don't do that, you're just a basic dude all the way through. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of the appeal of, like, some sim games, right? When you just play as, like, a grunt, or you play as, like, a spacefaring, hauler or something like that. But for a narrative game, I feel like it's really difficult to make that work and people to be interested in it. eventually your character kind of needs to be important or do something interesting. You can't just be Joe Schmo. I like games with decisions, like Life is Strange. I never got into the Life is Strange games, but I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, it seems like this game will have a lot of decision making, and also time decision making, which is honestly even more interesting to me. Because it's so rare to find a game that doesn't have, like, especially like a single player narrative game that doesn't have decision making at this point. You know? But a single player narrative driven game that does decision making and you have to like your time is important. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That's like icing on the cake for me personally. That's really neat. That makes me excited. Like it's like think Skyrim, but you know, but the Greybeards actually won't wait 10,000 days for you to show up and do the main story, right? And the world starts changing around you as you do the side quests. Honestly, that sounds like a more interesting game than what we actually got with Skyrim. What are your guys' thoughts on that, though? Like, imagine playing Skyrim, but the story continued without you. That sounds really cool to me. If you just decided you want to go do, like, every other side quest. And maybe the events of the game change over time because you've decided to neglect your quote-unquote duties. How old is Skyrim now? It's at least 15 years, right? Like, I want to say at least. Are we at like 17 years? I don't know. Come back in the world as a smoking creator? Yeah, basically. That's what I'm kind of saying is, like, imagine, like, you as the main character in Skyrim don't do anything, right? You don't help the Greybeards. You know, the dragon problem gets worse and worse. I think it invites a lot of possibilities as far as like future playthroughs. Now, I can easily see the Reddit mob getting angry about that because, you know, they're going to have to play through the game more than once, but I feel like that's a positive, not negative. But I can see some people feeling like, oh my god, I'm wasting my time. I have to play through the game multiple times in order to get all the experiences. It's like, I don't see that much different than just like 100%ing a game to get all the stories, right? You're just doing it over the course of multiple playthroughs rather than doing it over the course of just one playthrough. But the game is essentially pause buttoning. I never played Fallout 1, but someone was saying Fallout 1 did that? I don't remember Fallout 1 having a timer like that. Or hearing about it having a timer. Reminds me of Shadow of War. Shadow of War had that with like the lieutenants and stuff right there, right? Like, but I don't think the story did that. Yeah, you had to rush to get the water ship or your vault died. Ah, okay. I don't remember there being a time constraint. Interesting. But I like that. I think that's really neat. Anyways, yeah. I'm happy with them taking the risks. Oh my god, these guys are fucking accurate right now. Hey, Vash. I like a little bit of risk taking in my video games. I hope it pays off. That guy headshot me. Ow. I need you guys to win the MO for my birthday. Hey, is it your birthday today? Happy birthday, brother. I should turn on the music again, my bad. Dragon's Dogma had a lot of time constraint quests, but time restraints were really generous. Yeah, no, I know quite a few games that had quests that are time constraints, right? But the entire game is revolving around a time constraint in this regard, right? Because there's that 30-day timer, right? Which I think is the big difference here. A lot of games will not have the whole game like that. Big 28? Yo, happy birthday, dude. That's fucking sick. Oh my god. I really just finished up the first fucking drop. Red Dead had a couple quests like that where, well, not to spoil it, but if you waited too long in the main story, you know, you got locked out of certain side quests because obviously time had passed. Cyberpunk had a few. Yeah, it's a common thing. A lot of games tend to do it, and that's fine. But that's why I'm so excited for this next game, is that it seems the entire game is like that, which is really neat. It'll be a lot of decision makings on what quests you do and what quests you don't do, and it's also going to be interesting to see, like, you know, really interesting to see, because it's like not only like the choice of like whether or not you do the quest or not do the quest, but also whether or not you actually like pick the decision that goes this way or that way, because there's obviously going to be branching paths in that regard. So it's cool. Whatever. Reese. Yeah, they're just side quests, so they're not super impactful. Doesn't matter that much that you don't do them. It sounds like they'll probably be more impactful in this game. You got through that far enough? Nah, I don't think I did. Oh, I did. Let's go. Where's the last ship? It's over there. It's like I dead by me. He is dead by me. Look at this. The mouse is 100% better than the joystick. In a lot of situations, it tends to be. Hi, Annie. Annie's been calling me Dobby, and I'm like, so you think of me as a housekeeper slave? Goblin? Annie? What are you saying with that? The rest people would take as well all the content. Yes, exactly. It definitely feels like you can play through that game in multiple different facets and have a very different experience, which I like a lot. I like it when different playthroughs happen. Some games, they do it too, like, railroaded, right? You literally have to pick a different path, right? You have to pick a certain path, and the paths are predetermined in the story, and you know, you're railroaded into like picking good or evil or neutral or whatever, right? Like we just played the Gothic remake, and you know, that's a very traditional, like, hey, you got to pick a faction to side with, right? And like, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it's just been done a lot. You know, pick a path, stick with it. This sounds like it's going to be more like meandering, you know, going around and interacting with people and seeing what you do and don't do. W is cute. Show chat the photo. Yeah, Annie sent me a little
Main objective nearby.
It is a cute plushie. A very cute plushie. But I can't help but be offended because Annie's talking about my big nose and how I'm a a housekeeper and I'm a slave. What about Fallout? See, Fallout I really like, but Fallout kind of has the, you know, pick a path in a way. Narrative direction. They never called Davi a slave, did they? They treated him like a slave, if I'm not mistaken. It was heavily implied that he kind of was to that house. But I guess, I don't think they ever used the word slave. But the way he was treated was yikes. He was not treated well, Annie. And here Annie is doubling down. Classic. Could a slave be given a SOG? I think that absolutely a slave could be given a SOG. This one, you just missed the quest because you ran out of time. Not necessarily, right? You don't... The missing of the quest has repercussions, right? Right? Like, that's... As they explained, there will be consequences for missing quests. Or deciding not to interact with a quest, right? So there's like multiple decisions to be made here, right? So you can choose to be ignorant and ignore the quest. You can choose to, you know, just do everything else. And then you can do the quest, which has decisions inside of it, right? That will actually have, like, repercussions. It might be as simple as, you know, they give the example of someone just, you know, strung up in the town center because you failed to help them. But it might be more than that. We'll see. Proper consequences, which is good. I like, rather than the world just pausing, waiting for you to do the last quest.
Objective completed. Main objective near your...
Hope the next Elder Scrolls let you commit to a faction. Hopefully. But I hope there just is a good Elder Scrolls at this point. Bethesda is not giving me great confidence. There's some part of me that thinks that the next Elder Scrolls game won't be made by Bethesda at all. It's just gonna not even be called Elder Scrolls. Someone else will just come along and make a better game eventually. It'll take a while, I think, but I don't know. I don't have much faith in the abilities of Bethesda. People doesn't call me master for sure. I say yes, ma'am. She hates it when I say yes, ma'am. But sometimes she gets all bossy and she tells me to do something. And I'm like, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Yes, thy queen. This guy is actually gaming. Fine. I won't get you the cute plushie. Another girl was getting it and thought it was so cute. Hey, and I never said I didn't want a, you know, a plushie about my big nose, you know? There's a lot of symbolism behind that plushie. When giving it to someone and telling them that you're my Dolby. Which I'm gonna make fun of. What up, Sana? People apologize. Annie wanted to get you another girl. I don't want another girl. Annie is more than enough for me. My girlfriend laughed when I said, oh my god, my boyfriend needs this. He's my Dobie. My girlfriend named her dog Dobie. So now I'm being compared to a dog as well. That's crazy. Dog has a big snout. I have a big snout. Oh no. More than enough. Do you think she is too big? Annie has a big personality. Annie is not a big person. She is perfectly proportioned. What does that mean I'm more than enough? I am... Annie, why did you take that in the most, like, negative way possible? It means I don't need anyone else. No, because she's too much to handle. No, I said having two girls of Annie would be too much to handle. That's what I just said. You guys are ridiculous. I've seen the Coyote and the Pacifier. I'm conflicted on which to buy, the Dust Devils or Force of Law. I would say Force of Law would be one of the last war buns you buy, personally. Unless there's something, in fact, in Force of Law that, like, really interests you.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
K9 if you hate teammates. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Force of Law is like an absolutely terrible warbond, but it's probably the last one I'd recommend to people. Unless there's a particular playstyle that you want. Hot take, Harvester is more annoying than War Strider? Why? I feel like most people, the vast majority of people would not agree with you. Harvesters are pretty damn easy to take out. You can dodge their attacks pretty easily. It does suck every once in a while when they like laser accurate and they hit you with the initial beam, but they're just a tough enemy. They're adding difficulty to the game. That's the thing, is that like if we just nerf every enemy that's quote unquote annoying, like why is it annoying? What about it? Does it remove your agency? Is it hard to kill? Is it just deadly? Right? At some point, we need to realize that some things need to be the way they are, and they should be somewhat annoying because of difficulty. Because if we just nerf every enemy that's even slightly annoying, like, then the game is just a cakewalk, right? I personally find any enemy that removes agency from you, like War Strider, like grenades and all the ragdoll that come around with it. And I agree with the community when, you know, they talk about how they really don't like the War Strider because of that, right? But the Harvester doesn't do any of that. It's just deadly. I don't like that. I like a deadly enemy. And it's not a cakewalk. It actually has some amount of HP, and it's pretty easy to take out, even with a primer weapon, but tanky enough to not die immediately. I don't know. I like Harvesters. And they're definitely a lot scarier now that they're more accurate. They used to be super inaccurate, but now they actually are a lot scarier when they've improved enemy accuracy.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
I just realized all my vaccinations have run out. That sucks. No, I don't want them to get nerfed, just as an opinion. Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry. When most people say that stuff, they usually imply they want it nerfed. My bad. I read that wrong. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. I would still say the War Strider is more annoying. You know, just the main guns knocking you over, the grenades knocking you around. If you get a bad, like, seed, you could just get tons of War Striders all shooting their grenades at you at the exact same time. And at least with the laser, it feels more fair to dodge. And I would rather outright die, personally, by my own mistake of dodging the laser versus me just getting ragdolled to death. Airhead or ragdoll fetish? I mean, it's what makes Helldivers unique to some extent, right? No, games don't really do ragdoll, but I think they sometimes lean too far into ragdoll, and I tell them all the time that, like, players get ragdoll fatigue, right? There is such a thing as too much ragdoll. And they need to be somewhat conscious of that when they add enemies that include ragdoll. That's why I was like really happy when they added the Vox engine and it didn't ragdoll you with the rockets. Because imagine those rockets ragdolled you. Oh my god. They just stagger you, which is okay. I'm okay with them staggering you, especially now that you can stim through the stagger.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Hi, can we friend invite you in-game? I don't know what that means. You just want to, like, friend request me? If you want, sure. I might not accept. Just a heads up.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1. Preparing for
But
touchdown.
I basically friend invite everybody on Sundays, because that's my viewer game day. I play with everybody. But during the week, I mostly just do random queue and play with my tier 3 subscribers.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Another victory for the right side of history.
What do you think of the pros and selling points of the pacifier in your experience? Well, the pacifier is a fairly easy weapon to use, just for survivability's sake, because you just stun lock enemies, right? Which is fantastic. So I would say for ease of use, it just kind of feels good. It's also medium pen, so you just kind of fire at enemies. It will feel like a bit of like a wet noodle at times if you don't aim for weak points, though. So if you're someone who's struggling to hit weak points, the pacifier is quite good because it'll stun the enemy, so then you can start shooting the weak points easier because they're not going to be moving. So I'd say that's more or less the strong points. Medium plan plus stunning, so you can hit weak points. But the coyote is just a better weapon because why stun something when you can just light it on fire and then it dies from the fire, right? So the coyote just ends up being the best AR because it's just extremely versatile in how much it can kill and how efficient it is at killing. You know, on the bug front, basically 2 bullets is enough to kill the majority of chaff, right? 1 bullet for some enemies, 2 bullets for some, right? Just lighting the enemy on fire and then just let it go, right? So every mag of the coyote is extremely efficient. Just because fire damage is very good. Now, it used to be even better when it first came out, but they adjusted fire values and how much it builds up. It used to just be 1 bullet to light an enemy on fire and then it died. But I think they realized that fire was too good at that point. But a gun that kind of still does that to some extent is the Scythe. But the Scythe has drawbacks in other ways. It being an energy weapon has its pros and cons. The fact that it does less damage per second has its pros and cons. But it lights enemies on fire very fast, which is cool. We'll get a little bit memey. You know what? We were talking about it. Let's bring the pacifier. Imagine if the War Strider had jetpacks. Dude, you're giving them ideas. Oh, honestly, I'm somewhat surprised they don't have jetpacks already. Jet troopers would be so much more a deadly faction if they had jetpacks. Love the Hellgas helmet. Yeah, It's probably my favorite helmet. It just looks so good. Like if you were like you have to wear one helmet for the rest of time playing HG2, I'd pick the Killzone Hellgas helmet. It just looks great. I don't know what's going on with my PC today, but I feel like it's just running so well. They can have jetpacks if they replace the grenade launchers. I mean, or they could just do it like the Iron Man effect, where they just put it on the boots or in the legs. They could put them there. Put them in the legs of it. All right. This guy's used the minigun. I'm going to use the minigun next round. Makes me want to use it. Do you think the Coyote will have a bit of an anti-synergy for someone who likes to use air bursts and occasionally quasar cannons? No. The Coyote... So, most people look at primary weapons as... Like... He's doing the wiggle, bro. Wait. The pacifier makes him do the wiggle. Do it again. Aw, he can't... He like got him between like two animations. That's so funny. Do it. Wait a minute. The pacifier makes him do the wiggle. That's so good. Dance for me. So this is where like you definitely notice like the lower damage of the pacifier. But the fact that he's not running at me, and, you know, if you have trouble, like, dodging these guys, you know, there's a lot of positivity to that. Also, if you have trouble hitting, like, those elevated guys and they're just flying around all the time and pissing you off, with the pacifier, you don't have to worry about that, right? Because they're literally locked in place. They can't do anything. Oh, my damn. I was looking away. I wasn't paying attention. Discovered you because Twitch literally put you in my phone's notification saying to watch you and follow. Hi. Well, welcome. Pacifier was very good on Cyberstan. For sure. Paid chatter. You're my favorite streamer. First time chatter. If you don't hate the streamer that you're watching, you're a paid chatter. Just sorry. It's 2026. You're supposed to hate the people that you watch. Sorry. Annie will be sending out the checks. Medium enemies had like longer TTKs, stun weapon, grenades. Much more valuable. Yeah, but also at the same time, people would really not like that. And it kind of goes against, like, the horde clearing side of the game. They can't make medium enemies too long to kill, or else it doesn't feel much like a horde game. Bullet spongy, you know. So that's why I like, you know, when all of a sudden, if you use the pacifier to stun a mech, you know, that's pretty sick. Right? There's some enemies that you can literally stun lock with the pacifier that you really kind of wouldn't think that you could. Now I'm conflicted between the two guns, seeing the pacifier in action. I don't think the pacifier is a bad choice, but what I would tell you is that the rest of the war bond in Dust Devils is extremely good. Great armor. You get the harpoon launcher, the gas harpoon launcher, which is fantastic. you know, you get the soul silo, which is fantastic and very fun to use. That guy's going that way. This guy want to pick up? Overall, I would definitely recommend going for Dust Devils. Like, I do think Dust Devils is the better Warbond. The hell? You just shot out the back tire. Fucker. Well, this is gonna be awkward. Losing the back tire sucks. Losing a front tire doesn't matter as much because you just like... You could deal with it a lot easier because you just understeer. But when you lose a back tire, bro, oh my god. You're just oversteering in every direction. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. Okay, losing the front tire balances out slightly. I'm okay with this. Oh, stupid tree. Get out of my way. What? Who just shot that? That was like an explosion. That wasn't even like the plant. Weird. What up, Commander? Mr. Krauts, how are you? I just wish the clip tool wasn't as laggy. It always is. I don't know why Maple's isn't, but mine is. Maybe hardware acceleration used on your browser. I use Opera with hardware acceleration on. Maybe. They made driving without tires so much harder, sadly. Yeah, remember when we used to on purpose, like if you lost one tire, you would on purpose actually just you know, you would just, you know, pop all the rest of the tires. I think they saw me doing that or other players doing it and they were like, no, that's silly. Which is fair. If that's actually a change, I'd revert. Yeah, I'd agree. I would probably also make... I'd also make it easier to drive without tires. Because it's really frustrating. Like I said, I don't think it's that bad to drive the car without front tires. It's actually like just... It's actually fine. It's just mostly like when you lose a rear tire. It does not feel good. Someone lost a tire and complained about the driving. He went, I'm a mechanic, and shot all other tires. Drove better. That's funny. This is also where like a repair tool of some kind or like a heal beam for vehicles would be super cool. I'm still hoping for a support weapon to come along that is used to repair vehicles. Yeah. Do you prefer having better ergonomics on a weapon or like better recoil? Probably ergonomics, because at the end of the day you can just crouch or prone to reduce recoil. When you crouch, it's minus 30% recoil, and when you prone, it's minus 60. So. When you see me shooting this game, I'm almost always crouching, or proning, or diving, which gives you the same effects as proning. But it also just depends on the weapon, right? Like if I'm using the heavy machine gun, I'll take ergonomics all day. Because I can just control my fire rate to reduce recoil, right? But if I'm using a weapon that I need to be more accurate with, like the minigun, I would much rather have some more recoil control than swapping it around, I guess. Kind of depends. But a lot of the time, I'll just take peak physique and then I'll just crouch and then I get the best of both worlds. If that makes sense.
Outpost destroyed. Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready.
That's what I do. I just have 2 extra gun slots. Ha 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 ha. Good one, Carl. Alright, how many tires does this thing still have? I think it actually didn't lose any more. Number 1 tip for driving the FRV. Just don't hold down the gas, bro. The car's got a lot of torque. You will spin out. Just chill out on it, you know? Feather the throttle. What up, Nude No More? How are you? I am doing well. How are you? What you up to today? Living the dream. Hell yeah, dude. Happy to hear that.
Extraction is available.
Big sporting event in Oz. State of or rugby league game. Okay, okay. Mate's coming over in a bit. Nice. Hell yeah. Sounds like a good time. Are you Australian? Are you gonna go get some VBs? I've met many Australians, and they typically, when they're talking about rugby, they're gonna get some Victoria Bitters, and they're gonna watch some rugby. I don't know why, but a lot of the rugby fans love them some VBs. I think we'll be getting this Warfronts idea they mentioned before the autumn. After the delay of this war bond and just the summer coming up, I think it'll probably be in autumn. Part of the next big update. But who knows? Maybe they can push it out before they go on break. Oops. It's left, not right. I can't stand VBs. Surprised you knew about it. I have met many people over my years of streaming, and whenever there's an Aussie talking about rugby, dude, I swear they're always fucking talking about VBs. Go grab a couple VBs with the mates. I for a time had someone donating to me every once in a while. He gave me like $2 here and there. It's like, dude, go buy a VB. Unfortunately, they don't have VBs in Canada. I looked. Our LCBO, which is like the main like alcohol supplier in Ontario where I live, apparently one of, or if not the biggest organization that buys alcohol in the world. By the way, fun fact, like single organization, does not have VBs, does not import it. Unfortunately, not popular enough. But yeah. I would have to personally import it if I wanted to buy it. I'd rather have delays with a well-done update because they cooked. Yep, I agree. That's what I keep telling Arrowhead is, you know, slow and steady wins the race. Throwing something out early, you know, that's probably not like 100% done. Usually, at this point in the progression of that, or not Destiny, this progression of Helldivers is just not going to go well. People are going to absolutely, even if it's not that big of a deal, people will go crazy over it. But like the most recent like crashing, that's really bad. Like that should not have come through with the FRV. That needed to be handled faster. Or need to be handled before it come out. I'm telling you, dude. Destiny did it right. Because it's not like Destiny was immune to a problem like the FRV, right? It happened every once in a while, right? A weapon would just cause crashing, or an armor piece, or an ability, or something like that. All they did was disable it. They had a lever where they disable it. They just don't let you use it, or they don't let you interact with it, right? But unfortunately, I think they have the ability to disable stratagems so you can't use it, but I don't think that would have affected the situation because I think it had something to do with the skin, like only the skin, and I don't think they had a lever to like somehow prevent the skins. Telesto's energy check. Yeah, exactly. The amount of times that gun broke something, caused crashes, insane. Insane. For sure. Screw you on skins the FRV. I mean, it would have been nice if they had some way to just like disable all the skins on the FRV, right? But they just don't. They didn't have that lever, which sucks.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
So we had to deal with a lot of crashing for over what was it, a week, 2 weeks? Is it 2 weeks? Like that's crazy. It's a lot of crashing. And that's just unfortunate. It's annoying. So. Happy they got it fixed. I haven't crashed since, which is cool. But yeah.
The fate of this planet hangs in the
I'm excited to play Power World, dude. I keep thinking about it. So if you didn't hear, I was talking about it at the start of chat, or sorry, stream. Me and my friend, we're gonna start a Power World server, and we're gonna play Friday morning. Don't worry, we're still gonna be doing the TCS missions, and I will start the stream with HD2. So if you're looking for HD2 content, the start of stream will always be HD2. Continuing that streak. But for the second half of the stream, or like second, you know what I mean. I will be playing some Power World. I played Power World when it first came out, but then Helldivers came out like 4 days later. So I stopped playing. I stopped playing Battle World so I can play Helldivers, and I just haven't gone back. So it's a good opportunity to play the 1.0. Really, it's 10 p.m. on the 9th, my local time. Yeah, we're going to be starting on the 10th. Because obviously, I don't stream at that time, but yeah. I have nothing to shoot that down. All right, good. No.
I'm sorry. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Is it release time? Yep. I think it's like posted in like Japanese local time, but my friend read it somewhere. I don't know where he saw it posted. It was probably like on Twitter or something. So here we go. So yeah, it's 11:30 my time on the 9th. It's actually a pretty reasonable time at night if you're on like the West Coast. But yeah, we're gonna be playing on the 10th because obviously I'm asleep at that time. Saw a clip where they shot down a Luminate ship that was dropping in, crashed straight into where the rocket launched from, and it failed the objective. Oof. Oof. Grenade. Yeah, Tradal, I remember building a Power World and it was quite basic. I guess the best way to describe it. Basic B. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, da, da, da. Wish they could improve the defense missions. I'm sure they're looking into it. It's been something we've been talking about for a while now. It's just mostly we've become so much more powerful than the missions can offer. Turrets are better. Our weapons are just stronger. Like, it just... that's power creep for you, baby. A lot of the enemies we're shooting at are weaker. The thing that typically makes defense missions a lot tougher is drops that happen closer to the objective itself. So, you know, most likely what they have to start doing is just causing more drops to happen closer, right? Did you enjoy the Spore Titan missions? Those made us quit. Spore Titan. Spore Titan. Spore Titan? Spore Titan. Spore Titan? What do you mean by Spore Titan? Are we not talking about HG2? Talking about something else? Because we're talking about like the Bile Titan, the new Bile Titan, maybe? If so, no. The new Bile Titans are quite fun. New Bile Titans are not called Spore Titan. I actually don't know what the game calls them. But yeah, Spore Titans, I guess is a good name. If that's what they call them. I don't know. Why did they make you rage quit? They're not that deadly, nor not that hard to kill. I typically ramp up while high difficulty killed us. Well, I mean, the Spore, I feel like the normal Spore bugs are the tough part of that faction. Bile Titans mostly just buff them. They'll ragdoll you, but pretty easy to dodge. Just gotta make sure that if you start to see one about to do it, dodge left or right, or get some good distance. But personally, as someone who has felt like the game is getting easier and easier over time, I really like the Spore sub-faction. Actually keeps me on my toes. Feels like old HD2 in a way. Then it takes to the dark side? Hell yeah, dude. I'm glad you're liking it. That's sick. What felt impossible that time? It's definitely not impossible. I would look at your update or your loadout. Loadout choices are, you know, when things get tougher, are more important. Picking things that can counter their advantages is big. So like a little one is like setting an enemy on fire or the enemy dying to gas does not cause... Oh my god. Imagine we failed. It blew up one of the generators. That's crazy. Anyways, enemies dying to like fire or gas do not explode, so they don't spread their spores. So the enemies are obviously not going to be super speed. So bringing like Coyote or Scythe or, you know, Sterilizer, Cremator, stuff like that, really good for just lighting the ground on fire or lighting the enemies on fire and letting them burn to death so they don't like just cause tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of spore clouds. Obviously, an Orbital Napalm Barrage is insane. Bringing Recoilless so you can still one-tap the Spore Titans. Or doing, you know, Quasar plus something else works too. Yeah.
Squad lost. Deploying full replacement.
That's exciting, Flavor Town. That's really exciting. A lot has changed in this game. A lot of this stuff has been added. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, spore bugs are like just very weak to. I found I would not recommend many people bring turrets. I mean, bringing like the occasional like maybe Gatling or machine gun sentry is not like a bad idea. But remember, when the Gatling sentry or machine gun sentry kills an enemy, it causes the spore cloud, which then buffs all the enemies around it to make them go super speed. So it can make your mission harder in a way. But if Spore Titans were your problem, Recoilless. Recoilless is a really good option. Leveler. Anti-tank option plus something else, you know? Because they have more HP, you're going to have to start comboing. If you're not the host, you can do Quasar into a Senator headshot, and that one-shots them. Well, two-shots them. If you're the host, it won't work. You basically get bonus support damage if you're not the host. It's another one of those bugs, but it's in the player's advantage. Defense missions have felt too easy for a while. That's because they've been buffing us continuously for the last 1.5 years, and we've been nerfing our enemies.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
And then also the enemies are less likely to shoot the generators because people kept losing because the enemies were too good at shooting the generators from a distance. So this is kind of a product of our own demise, you know? We kind of did this to ourselves by asking our head to buff so many things and nerf so many enemies, and you know, I don't want my generator getting sniped so much. So they now have to kind of correct for it. But I also want to say that it's probably somewhat also because of solo. If you do these defense missions solo, they're a lot more challenging, right? And because the difficulty of Helldivers is basically the same from 1 players to 4 players, other than the amount of patrols that spawn, the defense missions are actually really difficult as a solo player. Or 2 players, right? It's just when you're 4 players, you like completely outscale them, right? You just spawn camp them basically. So they probably need to just adjust the difficulty based on how many players are connected to the game. That would probably like solve the problem, would be my guess. Never played a defense mission solo or duo. It's a lot tougher because the same amount of enemies still spawn. And you're more likely to have like 1 bug or 1 bot get close to you, then cause a bot drop, and then they're bot dropping basically on top of your generators, right? Illuminate will always be easier than the other 2 factions because no watchers spawn during illuminate missions. But if you allow a small bug or a small bot to get close, they can turn your defense mission into actually a pretty tough mission. Especially when they start spawning on top of you, right?
The illuminate must be stopped.
Nice flavor down. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, nice flavor 10. That's awesome. Cool. Done the financial decisions when I was 16 paid out. Fuck yeah. Oh, that TS2 skins aren't worth shit anymore. They're still worth a lot. What you're probably remembering is when they allowed, like, the trade-ups. The skin market crashed big time. But I believe to some extent it's recovered. But also, a lot of skins that weren't worth as much are now worth a lot more because of the trade-up. So it kind of equalized to some extent, I guess you could say. Right, so there was a lot of, like, shit items that had, like, no purpose for existing out of CSGO cases, right? But now there is a point in them existing because they're... Oh my god, the headshot, dude. Holy headshot. So if you go look at, like, a lot of, like, just shit, like, but rare weapons, quote unquote, their value has, like, exploded in value after the trade up. So it obviously hurt a lot of people that had, like, expensive skins, but at the same time, a lot of people who just had bad skins all of a sudden have a point to exist. So, not bad.
Democracy delivered.
Play a total of 3 CS games, huh? Damn, grinder.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver. Calling down a sentry. Calling down a support weapon.
Oh no, I'm dead. Ooh. Oh, we got the stim off. We're good.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Warning, you are leaving the mission.
Never treated any of the weapons as, or any of the items as an investment. I did with PUBG skins. There were like a lot of PUBG cases and stuff like that that were like limited time. So I bought up a bunch of them and just sat on them for like a year and a half. And their value went up a lot. And then I sold them and bought some video games. I never really got into CS cases. I bought some, opened some, quickly realized I was scamming myself. Thankfully. So I didn't get too much deeper in that. Oh my god, flashbang.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
It's got thermites on them. Nice. Good shit, dude. I think I got that off before. Yeah, I got it off right before we got the... Oh, chill.
Reinforcements have been launched.
I do buy capsules and hold them for 2 to 3 years, so I guess that's not true. Do a little bit of quote-unquote investing. Never put real money into the market, just like spare funds from time to time. Rare.
Outpost cleared.
Fair.
5 minutes left. Liberty speed your step, Helldiver.
What up, Bang? Good evening. Ow. Alright, I don't know what that was. Luckily I was prone, so I didn't really catch on fire very long, but... that guy went a little crazy. I guess he thought I was an enemy or something. Weird. God, the gas scour dog is so good. Scared dog. Oh my god, he just multi-hit me there. Chill. I don't really real money gamble. Good for you. I love Valve. I love Steam. But I hate all the loot boxes and gambling, bro. And unfortunately, like... Because we were literally just talking about the, you know, the investment side. People see the cases as, like, investments. You know, even just the gambling side. Yeah, that's not good. It's a lot of people into really bad places. Are we done liberating mocks? We should be. Or very close. I just didn't feel like playing against more bots today. I think it was like the last 5% when I logged in like an hour or two ago. CS is a gambling game with a shooter game attached to it. Yeah, it's... Yeah. 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 And for lack of a better term, it's like the gateway drug to like proper gambling, you know? People that get into like CSGO cases and start gambling in those will eventually start, you know, getting into like proper, you know, slots and the gamified, you know, slots and blackjack and so on and so forth. And when done in moderation, perfectly, you know, healthy and okay. But so many people don't stop themselves.
Dropping package. Objective located. Northwest. Calling in reinforcements. Package acquired.
Just have my cases and hold on. Some did waste like $400 on cases as a kid. Yeah, I spent a couple $100 as well when I first started. Luckily, I realized it was bad. Most people can't moderate. Yeah, a lot of people can't. Then it's the sunk cost fallacy. Oh my god, I've already spent this much money. I need to keep spending money to get my money back. You know, it's like, oh god. And then they see all these clips of people making like a fuckload of money on a case open, and they're like, they justify. Ooh. Do you think we're gonna get this major title update after TCS? Probably after the summer break. I would be extremely surprised if they did it during the summer break or before. So my guess is we'll get the next major update, the next title update, like end of August, early September. Another one? There was. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Gamers especially. Yeah, I mean, gamers in particular are very susceptible to it because I think a lot of the time they're younger, and also gamers are typically like, you know, well, it's not real money, it's internet money, it's fake money in a game, right? So it's not a big deal. So it's kind of skirts around the idea. But it legit is the exact same thing as, you know, going to a casino and playing slots. As a matter of fact, it's actually like worse in many situations. It's like legit worse than just going to a casino. Because at least the odds are more prominently posted on a typical casino game. He's great. What the fuck? That should kill it. The shell should have the destruction for us to kill it. Yeah. Good. Playing roulette, rack, black or red is better odds. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Loot boxes, especially as an investment or something like that, is really bad. Casino gambling. That's why I always say, like, I will never take a gambling sponsorship. I get offered millions of them. Like, on any given week, I probably have like 2 to 3 in my inbox. So many of them. So many. It's crazy.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
I've never asked them how much money they give me, because a lot of time they don't say it outright. They usually, you know, prod and ask, yo, How much would you be willing to do for the sponsorship? To see if you would undersell yourself. But I get a lot of them. That, and I get a lot of boosting services. I don't like boosting services. I think they are kind of a... I don't want to say like scum of like the gaming community, but like they definitely like cheapen the experience of a lot of games when boosting services, currency services, you know, those kind of like gray markets exist in games. A way to swipe your credit card and circumvent progression. I don't like those. Growing up playing a lot of MMOs, I never liked it, and there's just so much more of that. I need to renew my NordVPN subscription. Unfortunately, no VPNs have contacted me. I'll probably have another Opera GX sponsorship later this year. And then we are doing a sponsorship with Killing Floor 3 later in July. And then Where the Wind Meets.
Surprise, motherfucker.
I might have a sponsorship with them. That's that MMO that came out. Destiny 2 Trials boosting. It's similar to that, yeah, but it'd be like for different, like they're like when HE2 was getting popular, you know, there was one for them. Arc Raiders, do they still contact me about Arc Raiders boosting and items and stuff like that? They're pushing an update in Killing Floor 3? Yeah, I assume so. That's why they're doing the sponsorship. Visited my brother in Toronto. We got the casino bus to Niagara Falls, include $40 casino credit. Went straight to blackjack, $25 a hand. And immediately bust. Guess I'm going. Oh no, Paralicious. Oh no. Oh no. Yo, Stuart, thank you for 7 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for supporting the stream, dog. Really appreciate that. Very kind, very kind. Thank you, thank you. Need a medium pen weapon. And then we'll take that. What do we want to take? Maybe that? Which games have a huge secondary market? Actually not PoE 2 much anymore. I mean, it has it. But now that there's like the in-game like trading and stuff like that, I bet it's like declined a lot. But I'm sure you can still buy like divines and shit like that off, you know, third-party sites and stuff. But basically any game with an economy. Or with tradable items. So Arc Raiders, RPGs, extraction games in general have them. Like, so like Tarkov will have a big gray market off of the game for buying items. Funny enough, Marathon? No. And it's not because it's unpopular, but because they actually address the problem. If you drop an item for someone on your team, it gets returned to that player when they extract. It's one of the things that I was really happy with Marathon when they did that. I was very impressed. So it really curbed their super credits in here. So it was one of the things that like Marathon did that I was like really impressed by. They didn't do a lot that impressed me, but they did that one, which was pretty sick. Yeah, but like things like Destiny had like a lot of boosting, you know, to do hard things. World of Warcraft will have a lot of boosting. Hell, HG2 still has it because a lot of hackers, you can like pay for those hackers to like basically drop super credits for you, essentially. Yeah, those are the two kind of sponsorships that I just outright say no to. I almost did a sponsorship for the Division mobile game. I probably should have done that one. I was kind of interested in playing, but I also am not a huge fan of Division, so kind of just said no, but it's one I probably would have done. I got solicited to do boosting in Destiny 1. I told them the fuck off. Gotcha. I got like, I don't know how to describe it. I got kind of like con manned into doing it. So in Destiny 1, I joined a group of players. They were a clan, right? And we did raids and trials and stuff like that together. But then like one of the leaders of the group kind of like cultified us and like turned us into boosters. You know, at first he wasn't upfront about it and we were just carrying friends, but eventually he just like started like offering us money at reset to like log in and like boost people or like do the raid with them. And it was like, okay, I mean, I'm gonna be there anyways to get my loot, so why not? But it was definitely a very weird experience. Because it didn't feel much like a game anymore. Felt like I was going to work. And like it was like a very slow transition, so I didn't obviously it wasn't as obvious to me like what was happening to the group of players I was playing with. Because it was like a very slow transition over time, going from like just like helping out friends to, oh yeah, log in at this time, we'll pay you. You know what I mean? Like, didn't happen overnight. It happened over the course of like 6 months, slowly. So like now with tier 3s, okay, bro. Here's 2 randoms, help them out. I mean, kinda. It was kind of like that. And I was like younger, right? It's like 10 plus years ago. So I was just like, I was kind of naive and I was like, oh, okay, well, sure. I mean, I'm doing it anyways. Look at it, I don't mind helping out. The Canadian side of me, I guess. So, yeah, kind of funny story from Destiny 1. I was part of that problem, boosting people in trials and raids. This Halo 5? Really? That's not a Halo game that I hear people talk about fondly. IMO, that game is overhated. Was it more overhated for like just the story? I feel like it was just the campaign, right? I'm sure the multiplayer is fun. Still sad it never made its way to Master Chief Collection. I mean, it might still, right? Maybe when it gets older. My guess is that it was just too relevant at the time that the Master Chief Collection was being made. Right? It was too modern. Didn't make sense to. Diligence counter sniper feels so good. Where's harvesters? See how micro slop is getting the Xbox devs right now. I doubt it ever will be. I mean, they're gutting their secondary platforms, not their primaries, and their managers. So it's not super doom and gloom. It's more so like their AA studios. And then Halo apparently is going to be more under the advisement of Activision. And that's kind of a positive and a negative effect, because Activision, as much as we don't like them, are very good at making games. You know? As much as we don't like them, they are very consistent at pumping out a new game of at least some amount of quality, right? On a yearly or bi-yearly basis. That's something that the Halo studios are fucking dog shit at. Like, dude, they are terrible at it. They are so slow to release anything Halo. The Halo franchise moves in molasses compared to every other franchise that is of equal size. So, we'll see what Activision can do. We'll see. Apparently the engine was shit. I did hear that, and that's why they swapped to UE5. The UE5, UE6 transition will be interesting. I'm curious to know how Halo it will feel in UE5, but I mean, at least it looks pretty good. But we'll see. Halo Infinite campaign was so boring. I liked the open world approach, but I didn't care for the story itself. Personally, I liked the freedom of being able to go wherever I wanted and tackle things and stuff like that. But ultimately, it didn't really matter very much, and the story was kind of meh. So I still gave it like a decent rating just because I didn't have to pay full price for it because I got it on Game Pass. If I had to pay full price for it, I probably would give it like a 6 or, I'm sorry, 7 out of 10. But because I got it on Game Pass, I think I gave it like a 7 or 8. So for like a $10, $15 campaign, I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. Just didn't feel Halo to me, I don't know. I definitely felt like I was playing Halo, personally. It was definitely a different, like, gameplay loop. But I'm okay with that. I like new things. We're about to get the new Gears game, and like one of the biggest downsides, in my opinion, is the fact that it literally, if you just downgrade the graphics a little bit, it just looks exactly like a previous Gears of War game, right? The only thing about the new Gears of War game that I'm actually excited about is the PvE mode coming alongside it. The base Gears experience, it looks just too similar, you know? Like, I just don't care. So, I'm down for them experimenting with the gameplay flow of a Halo game. And it's not like the entire Halo experience was that way. They kind of did it like Elden Ring, right? Which is actually really smart of them in the Halo Infinite campaign was, you know, part of the Halo Infinite campaign was the traditional, you know, linear, hallway shooter. And then the other half was like this open world, you know, tackle it in however you want. Unique weapon finds. Lots of mobility options. It was fun. But you excited for Gears? That's good. I'm glad. Yeah, I looked at the trailer and I was just like, okay, it's just another Gears game. They added sliding. that was my takeaway. They added sliding and they added prone cover taking. All right. The new PvE mode though, then okay. Like 20-person activity over a large city. Okay. Sounds kind of interesting. Sounds Division-like. I love fun, like filling up my Warthog with Marines and going rocket launcher. It was a sandbox experience. I agree. I kind of like that about the open world. It felt more sandboxy than normal Halo Infinite, which is cool. I enjoyed the weapons in Halo Infinite. I like the movement. There's a lot of things I liked about Halo Infinite. I remember playing the multiplayer though, and I absolutely hated how strong aim assist was. There's few games that I feel like I'm at a severe disadvantage when I'm someone who uses mouse and keyboard and has been using mouse and keyboard for 20 plus years, and I felt like I was at a severe disadvantage. Like, I'm not a bad shot, but I felt like I was a bad shot when I played Halo Infinite. And that's crazy, right? Not to my own horn, but like, dude, I've been gaming on mouse and keyboard and played many competitive games on mouse and keyboard. I'm not a bad aimer, but I felt like such a bad aimer versus controller players. It was insane. Story wasn't very good. Yeah, it was very mediocre. It was just a story, is the way I would describe it. They tried, but it was whatever.
Objective located northwest.
Using controller had aim assist, so it messed with PC experience for sure. Well, yeah, controllers had aim assist, and then they made the brain dead decision, and I don't use the term brain dead lightly here. I rarely use it. Decision to add aim assist to mouse and keyboard as a way to balance it. Oh, dude, I'm rubbing my head right now because it is actually so dumb. Like, they killed Halo Infinite on PC with that decision. That is some of the dumbest stuff that you could do to a game. Oh, hey, the feel of aim assist is too strong on controller. What do we do to balance the playing field between controller and mouse and keyboard? Oh, let's just give them aim assist. And when it first came out, I don't remember there being a setting in the options to turn it off. Maybe there is now, but goddamn. And it wasn't like light amounts of aim assist on mouse and keyboard. It felt OP.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
You kind of felt like you were on controller all of a sudden. And it just cheapens the experience of a shooter when you're just having such a helping hand. I personally never played Halo 5. I don't think it ever came to PC, right? And then I didn't have an Xbox. My friend down the street had an Xbox 360, and I played a lot of the Halo games on that. But I personally never owned an Xbox console. Wish we had a modern Infamous game. Oh, we were talking about it. There's a game that reminds me of Infamous, but it's not Infamous. What game was it? I feel like it was like fairly recent. It reminded me a lot of Infamous, but it's not Infamous. Well, obviously the modern Spider-Man games are Infamous adjacent, but there's a prototype games, but no, that came out around the same time. It's not a game. I can't remember. Crackdown? Nah, it's like very modern. I don't. I can't remember. It's bothering me now. Cause I remember seeing the game. I didn't play it. I don't think, and being like, oh my god, this is literally just Infamous, but not Infamous. Control 2? Kinda. It might have been Control 2. Maybe. I'm not sure. Ah, fucking Ion Storm. Maybe it was Control 2. Yeah, I don't know. Control 2, I guess, definitely has that vibe to it. That's a good pickup there. I don't know. Can't remember. Yeah. Slipping my mind. Because of Halo lobbies are still fun. But unfortunately, so many games do custom Halo lobbies at this point that it's not really unique. There's so many games that do that now, right? And have that level of freedom. So it's something that like Halo just doesn't have that's unique anymore. Because I can name like 5 games off the top of my head real quick that basically do the exact same thing. It's not a unique concept anymore. Saints Row is kind of infamous. I did enjoy the Saints Row games. Too bad it turned into just a really bad franchise, but yeah.
Enemy patrol. Never mind. Northeast. Marking location. Cancel that. Northeast. Sentry. Illuminate. North.
Oh my god, Gunga, you bought it? You actually bought the new Saints Row? Fuck, man, I'm sorry for your wallet. Fuck, man. Look at this guy through the trees. What a little cheater.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
They got me with that one? Yeah. Fuck. Have to pay respects on that one. I was extremely like pessimistic on that game when I first saw it debuted. So it was definitely one of those games that I waited for the reviews, and then oh yeah, okay, I was like, oh shit. Because even just like the initial trailers, I was like, that doesn't remind me of Saints Row at all. Like the entire vibe of the game was completely different. It felt like a different franchise. And it's like it's okay to not do it like 1-to-1, but like the Ratchet and Clank series is a good example. Like the vibe of the new Ratchet and Clank games is not the same as the old vibe, but it's okay, right? Like the new Ratchet and Clank games are good. They're just not exactly the same. Like the old Ratchet and Clank games had this like teenage rebellious like writing style to them, and I really liked them as a kid. Obviously being a teenager growing up playing them. The newer ones are more like kid friendly, like, you know, wide-eyed with a little bit of that writing style similar to their original, but not as like edgy teenager. So, but like the gameplay is still really fucking good, and obviously the game looks great. So I like the new Ratchet and Clank games. They're great. Especially that they come to PC. Second Son and First Light, pretty good. True. I didn't think it would be that bad. Fair. It's fair. I don't know. As soon as I saw the writing was so different, I was very pessimistic that they could do a good job at it. Similar to Rise type game. Is that the Roman game? Like the Xbox One? Like Rise of Rome or what the fuck it was called? Yeah. Yeah, I can see why you would like that. You Germans and your love for the Romans. Holy Roman Empire, by the way. I'm not surprised. And I know how much you love Rome Total War. They play so well, very well optimized. Yeah. The Ratchet and Clank games are really good. They're definitely more kid-friendly, but I think if it's like you turn on your inner kid and you're fine, bro. Just yeah. It's not like egregiously bad writing. It's more like all ages writing. Nah, Holy Roman Empire is totally different. I was just more using it as Germans love the Romans. But I was more just using it for that. I know it's different, but it's more. Yeah, Rise was always a really good looking game. It was really impressive what they were able to do with the hardware at that time. Honestly, a big part of why I like Antiquity is because I imagine the weather is always perfect there. Dude, now that you've mentioned it, every time I play like a Roman game, it's always clear skies, sunny, warm. Like, they don't have bad weather in any Roman game. Other than, I guess, in like Gladiator, there is some, you know? Oh my god, you're so right. You're so right.
You are the best of the best.
He's right, chat, you know. But it's also like how like, yeah. Oh, dude, you said exactly what I was thinking. In medieval history, it's always fucking like wet, damp, cloudy, foggy. Yep. Like, do you know how many fucking medieval films I've watched in the last decade that have like, that is just always the case? Or it's like winter and it's fucking cold and all their food is frozen. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, perfect weather all the time. Oh my god. I never thought about that. They hadn't invented weather yet. Yeah. Yeah, your weather report couldn't lie to you yet back then, so it was just always perfect weather. The government wasn't seeding the clouds. Put your tinfoil hats on, boys. Later, Flavor Tab. Enjoy, dude. That sounds delicious. I've been quite sad that we never got, like, more BioShock games. Too bad BioShock just kind of went the way of the dinosaur. And then that BioShock-like game just got canned. Or it's in development hell, whatever you want to call it. What was that game called again? It had some, like, religious somewhat name to it, right? It was, like... I don't know. I always got a religious vibe from the name of it. I can't remember what it was called. I liked BioShock. Never understood what BioShock is even about. I mean, BioShock 1, 2, and 3 all have very different vibes to it, but it's mostly like... No, not Infinite. Infinite came out. There's like a BioShock-like game that was in development. We saw a trailer for it. I think it was 100% cinematic though, but it was showing off that it was going to be very BioShock-like. All of the BioShock games essentially are Judas. Thank you. Thank you, Benzi. Yeah, Judas. They're essentially like a totalitarian, like, you know, government away from governments, right? And, you know, the population experiments with, like, bioengineering. And, you know, nefarious things happen to create the society. And you're always, like, experiencing this society at its worst when it's collapsed, essentially. Or collapsing. There's some, like, mind control going on, or whatever you want to call it. It's good. Good story twist in the first game. I didn't love BioShock 2 nearly as much. But they flip the roles. Yeah, you get to play as a big daddy, which is cool. Infinite, I didn't like Infinite really at all. But I like the DLCs. Very Warhammer-esque. Yeah, I can see that. I'm sure one day they'll probably do a remaster of the original, like a remake of the original BioShock 1. I could see that. I would definitely recommend it. You could go play it now, but it's aged quite a bit. It'd feel pretty jank, unless you're into that. If it was going to be great, but it got rushed. Yeah, I guess you could say that. We're getting the full TCS campaign with Dark Jump Packs, Shredder Hordes. I believe we're just getting the TCS missions, aka the first part of it. I doubt they're gonna do a repeat of the exact story. I think that would be almost too predictable. But from what you can see in the trailers, we're getting the TCS missions, but I didn't see anything other than that. Yeah. Judas, if I remember correctly, is in some kind of development hell, so we probably won't see that game, if at ever. No more black holes. I mean, I kind of hope they don't do just a repeat of the exact same story. That'd be kind of lame. Like, I get the nostalgia, but I'd rather them do their own thing. It would be cool if we got, like, the Shrieker Swarms again, though. I always loved that idea. We're not getting the new DMR, are we? So it's 3 parts, right? And we have to get the majority. So can we still do this? We definitely can. We just take Mox, then we take Genesis Prime. Can we take the planet in one day? That'll be really fucking close, but it's technically possible. Do you think the TCS will be a permanent this time? One of the biggest feedbacks, you know, 2 years ago or whatever, when we went and saw Arrowhead, was limited time stuff shouldn't be, like, taken away. It can be a limited time, but, like, it should be reintroduced as a mainstay. So, my guess is it sticks around this time, in some capacity. Because I specifically remember talking to, you know, the creative lead and being like, hey, love the TCS missions, they're awesome, but why did they have to leave, you know? Why not reuse the mission in some way? So, I'm hoping that them coming back is kind of a signal to us that it is going to, you know, stick around, but we'll see. But like basically ever since that, everything they've added has not been time limited, which is good, right? Mega cities, colony maps, you know, all these different mission types. So that's good. Lazy Arrowhead, oh god. I mean, we kind of already have had that. If you go look at the new Illumina mission that came out not too long ago with Exostorms, it's essentially the TCS mission. So they've already started to do that, radio. But usually in the TCS mission, I stopped playing at that time. So it's basically like 3 massive towers were located in like a facility, and you had to run over to the tower, hit the button, it makes a noise, and enemies start coming towards it. And you basically have to let the tower boot up, right? And you have to defend it. The tower can take damage. If the tower takes too much damage, you have to restart and hit the button again. It's a defense mission, but you have to protect it. You can't just like drop a 380 on the tower and kill everything. Right? So it's kind of like a flag mission, but harder, right? Once TCS coming out, I would assume TCS is probably going to be tomorrow. Would be my guess. The problem is, I think it might come out the exact same day as Power World, which would be really lame, honestly. So I'm hoping tomorrow we're going to be playing the new TCS missions, and then I can guilt-free play Power World. And not to feel like I have to play Helldivers. Because I really want to play Power World. I'll be honest. Now that so many people are playing Black Flag early, I don't even know if I'm going to play Black Flag. I've lost my creative interest as a streamer to play it. But also, I think I'd rather play Power World. I'm just gonna play it for a nostalgic reason. Fair enough. Oh, for sure. Like, that's the reason why I wanted to play it too. But yeah, I'm not saying like I won't eventually play Black Flag, but probably put it on the back burner for a while. Power World over Black Flag is crazy. One of the games I've already played, one of them I haven't. Is it really that crazy? Doesn't Shadow 1.0 release on Friday as well? I thought that was later. I thought Enshrouded was like much later. Yeah, it's October 15th. Yeah, I've already played Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I like the game. And I know it's going to be a good remake. But I've already played it, so... I'm not like crazy, like, oh my god. My bad, must have mixed up the date with something else. You're thinking of Power World 1.0 comes out on Friday. That's why I want to play Power World. Because I missed out on playing Power World at release because of HD2. The only game I'm excited for this year, I don't have a console, is Valheim 1.0. I mean, if you like Valheim, you should check out Power World. You'd be surprised. Or Enshrouded. You gonna play solo host server? My friend is getting a server and we're gonna play on Friday. But unfortunately the TCS missions might fuck up my plans. We'll see. So you're gonna play Power World. I mean, for the last 5 minutes of this conversation, I have been saying I'm excited to play Power World. So I think I've answered that question a couple times. Last 5 minutes, my dude. Maybe you're memeing on me. So wait, you're not playing Black Flag? Nah, dude. I mean, maybe I'll pick it up tomorrow. Like, if we have nothing to play tomorrow, and it releases at a good time, I don't think I saw the release time for Black Flag. Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind, like, running around for a couple hours, but I might not finish the playthrough on stream. Surely they posted the release times, right? It says 1 day, 3 hours. So give or take 9 a.m. my time. Yeah, I think I'd maybe play it for a couple hours, but I mean, paying full price, even though it's a write-off, feels like kind of a waste. I don't know. Feels like an offline channel kind of game. Yeah, I'd maybe play it at the end of the stream and then maybe like I don't know. I can send you the torrent link. You can play it now. Oh, fuck. That's pretty funny. Ubisoft has to not get comfortable not owning games. That's a crazy one. Wasn't it their CEO that said that? Right? It was, right? By the way, I'm a returning Helldiver since release. Where do I recommend I drop now? I see the void is closing in. As per usual, if you don't know where to go, follow the ammo. There's 2 highlighted planets. Bots and Illuminant are right there. You haven't played against Illuminant, so maybe pick them. Steam is the last frontier gaming. I mean, Steam has its infections. We were talking at length about the gambling side, so they all have their ups and downs, unfortunately. But luckily, with Steam, Steam has competition, which makes Steam better. That doesn't really happen with PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo. They kind of have their own ecosystems where they don't really compete with one another to the benefit of us. People hate on Epic Games, but you want Epic Games to exist and do relatively well. You can play Power World on the second half of stream. That's the plan, but I'll be honest. The TCS missions returning is not that exciting. Me playing Power World is way more exciting. I've already played the TCS missions. But as an HD2 content creator, it ruins my plans because I'm forced to play the TCS missions. Nintendo is a cult. I mean, I can see why you think that, but I don't think it's a cult. It's just... it's a different type of gamer. Nintendo fans are just not the same type of gamer as you would see like an Xbox or PlayStation or Steam gamer. They're often extremely casual in comparison. And they don't interact with the rest of the ecosystem, so they don't mind what Nintendo gives them. Because from their perspective, they're getting like really high quality games. Yeah, they're paying a premium for it, but like Nintendo doesn't really fuck you over if you just are a Nintendo fan. Does that make sense? Nintendo fucks you over if you pay attention to the rest of the gaming environment and you're a gamer everywhere. Right? Because then it's very easy to see like, oh, you're getting a bad deal here, you're getting a bad deal here, you're getting a bad deal here. So it's kind of like a cult. No. There's no like, it's not like Nintendo's a cult-like behavior. It's just like, it's just casual. Right? Like, if anything, I find Steam to be more like a cult. People who talk really highly about Steam and Valve are more cult-like behavior, because they'll very quickly, do the PC master race, do the elitism take, and then it's like that shit can get cringe real fast. So I don't know. I find the consoles to be more cult-like as far as like my cult is better than your console. Tribalism. Nintendo doesn't really have that same like level of elitism, I find. Nintendo fans just are Nintendo fans. They're just so casual, they don't really interact with a lot of people. I personally just respect Valve's consumer policies. Yeah, until you realize their loot boxes and gambling and stuff like that. Yeah. Honestly, the shittiest in the industry. It's even worse. It's worse than EA's, and that's impressive. People just kind of avoid it because it's like, well, they do so well everywhere, so. But Valve, a lot of their money comes from it. It's a weird, like, blood money kind of situation with Valve, right? Valve can afford to be so pro-consumer because they're so anti-consumer with the gambling. Do you know what I mean? It's a weird roundabout. have tens of thousands of hours on Steam and I've never bought a single case or key. Yeah, but you benefit from like the key and case system, right? Because they make so much money off of it from people. Holy shit, that guy just headshot me 4 times in a row. Exactly, Pete. Yeah. Which is good as Steam, you know, they're not just like lining their pockets, you know, like a typical, you know, corpo, which is good. But CS cases and so on and so forth, and that whole marketplace, very Monka. A lot of people's lives get ruined that way. A lot of money is just siphoned off of people that way, unfortunately. And it's kind of like the double standard of like, we fucking hate EA and Activision when they did it. But Steam gets kind of like the pass, right? We just... Doesn't affect me, but it affects others, yeah. Like, I haven't opened cases since I was, like, you know, a kid. Right, basically. But I benefit from other people, you know, unfortunately, getting fucked over by it, which is a weird feeling. I'm in the personal opinion that gambling is one's own fault. As someone who had like a gambling problem and did crypto heavily early COVID. Depends on the person. The problem with it is that it's very easy to get into gambling and not realizing it's gambling. And that's the main problem with CSGO cases, or just like gambling through a video game, is that it's very easy to just like not look at it as gambling and look at it as an investment, unfortunately. And Valve has set it up in such a way that it does look like an investment game and not a gambling game. Right? Like Sprock was talking about it earlier, right? You get a case and you sit on it for 5 years and then it's worth $5, right? Unfortunately, there's the stonks part of it. And because a lot of people play CS when they're young, they get kind of like indoctrinated to it as like not a big deal as a kid, and then it kind of sticks with them, right? It's like one thing for like an adult to get into CSGO cases, but it's a completely different thing when like someone who's like 14 years old sees CSGO cases for the first time and gets into it, and then, you know, in their brain they like underplay it, yeah? It's the same like issue that we had with like loot boxes, right? But it's worse with Valve technically, because there's an economy behind it. So it's easier to justify it. Yeah, then they watch streamers, dude. So many streamers. And the thing is with streamers is that it's all a write-off or a sponsorship. So, like, quickly, a lot of content creators don't really disclose the fact that, like, they're getting a lot of this money from other sources. So it only looks like a positive investment value, right? And it's often rigged, yeah. Because, like, Valve also facilitates a lot of third-party gambling sites that have to do with CS, right? And they dress it up like it's still CS. And Valve's a little complicit with that, right? They kind of just let them work. They've done some, like, tightening of it, but for the most part, they just kind of let them exist. So... I love Valve. I love Steam. But it's the double-edged effect of Steam. And it's like if they didn't make all that money from all that gambling, they probably wouldn't be so pro-consumer elsewhere. It's kind of like the perfect business model, right? Make a fuckload of money doing something kind of nefarious, but, you know, reinvest it somewhat into like more consumer practices so you don't mind the nefariousness. And then maybe people will even kind of defend you, which does happen. It's kind of like the difference between like Activision, you know, scamming you off your hard-earned money versus Steam. I like Steam, but still gambling. Yeah, basically. Yeah. They're incredibly good to their employees. They just have a very unique model in general to their employees, but they're also a very small corporation, so. Or not even corporation, business. They're just incredibly small. So everybody gets a bigger slice of the pie. But once again, they probably wouldn't be so good to their employees if they didn't make as much money off the gambling. It's a crazy one. Do you think there should be better safeguards for certain people, underage people, for instance? And that's the thing about video games, right? And that's why everybody doesn't like gambling in video games, or the gamification of gambling, is because it's so easy for a kid, a teenager, to like see that it's just a game. And then just underplay it, you know? It's kind of the whole TCG marketplace too. Kids get super into Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, especially now that they see a lot of adults getting into it, like rediscovering it. There's a lot of that, for sure. I mean, trading card games were the original loot boxes. They really were. That's why when loot boxes were first started showing up, I was like, what's the big deal? I was like indoctrinated to this when I was a kid. Like, I didn't understand at first what the big deal of like loot boxes in Overwatch were. Because it was like, dude, I had been playing, you know, Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, sports, you know. Crazier, the difference. The boxes in Dota 2 for skins show your percent. I believe it depends on where you are, but I think maybe it's everywhere now. I don't know. Gaze gambling and I know has changed. Oni Pitzel talks about it and stuff. Super funny guy, but obviously gambling. Because I'm pretty sure in Germany where he is, they don't have case opening the same way as before. It's like a X-ray system or something because of EU law, which good on EU. Good job, EU. Like Canada into the EU, please. We're kind of European. Might have one of the hottest takes on the internet. Okay. But I like loot boxes when they are made to be earned in-game and not only through microtransactions. I can see where you're coming from, but unfortunately, it's just almost always better to just have the cosmetics be more earnable through like not RNG, but like through like HD2, right? Where you just have a currency, right? That you could just get through game and then buy the thing that you want versus gambling for the thing that you want. Because unfortunately, they can control the loot boxes, how fast you get them, what's in the free loot boxes, what the likelihood of you actually getting the thing that you want, right? And usually it's not done in a super fair way because they're trying to incentivize you to spend money on the roll. Destiny 2 saw this when they first added it. and they eventually got rid of it because it was just so anti-consumer. But that's how gacha games get you, dude. Gotcha, bitch. They basically want you to think like that, Sharp Edge, though, right? They want you to be okay with the model because, well, I could get it for free. I could get lucky and, you know, roll spin. But they're hoping that you'll get frustrated and just spend money. And my friend Godin is a testament to that. My friend Godin got really into Genshin Impact. Free-to-play gacha game. Very popular. You probably already know about it. And yeah, you can get free spins, you know? But he eventually wanted certain characters because Genshin locks gameplay behind those loot boxes, right? And eventually he did start spending money on the game because he wanted the new characters. He wanted to keep playing Genshin Impact. He wanted to experience all the gameplay. And it was like RNG rolling to get the gameplay that he wanted. You know? Oh, shit. Just sometimes there's so many unlocks, you get overwhelmed with a choice and where you start. So having loot boxes just randomly give you stuff. You know, think about it. So what you just described is called an ARPG. So you can play those kind of games with randomized loot, but they're not loot boxes. There's no money spins or anything like that. And it's just a... Or you ever played a... you know, like Borderlands or something? Every time you kill a boss, it's kind of like a loot box, but you're not swiping your credit card. I believe it's per channel, Lumi. It's kind of like a... to show consecutive streams you've come to. Dude, I need to pop the other tire. My back right tire is blown up. We're gonna equalize it. It'll drive better.
Sending in an eagle.
Fortunate forest planet. I do play Borderlands and PoE. Yeah. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from as far as decision making, but it's not a good practice. There are many ways to design a game around like not giving you too many decisions at the same time without introducing loot boxes. You know what I mean? To be fair to Twitch though, Sprock, it's really easy to keep your watch streak because apparently you could just watch the VOD or even miss a day. So. Planet is this? This is Genesis Prime. You can just watch a clip, really? Oh, I didn't even know that. That's funny. I didn't know that. So what's with the war bond? Are we supposed to get any new info on when we need more time? Basically, Cesar, all of the rewards that we're getting in campaigns right now looks like they were all supposed to be part of the latest war bond that got quote unquote delayed. Basically, what's happening is we are just waiting on the next war bond to release. Because the last war bond got scrapped because it was most likely, it seems like from all the leaks that suggest that it was just going to be another vehicle war bond. And obviously the HG2 community, you know, went berserk with the alternate versions of the mech, alternate versions of the, you know, FRV, would have been an absolute disaster. So I think EA DICE did loot box as well with Battlefield 4. Are you an EA plant? You're a corpo plant at this point. Sharp. 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 I was trying to defend you, bro. You can't say that. You're an EA plant. That is an extremely hot take. I hated Battlefield 4 for the loot box, bro. I fucking hated it. Because you could spend money to get XP boosters and attachments early. It just, it ruined the Battlefield experience and the progression of the game. Ugh. It was disgusting. I hated it. Told you I had one of the hottest takes out of it, dude. The first part of your take was like, okay, I guess he just plays a lot of free-to-play Genshin Impact and stuff like that. I can see where he's coming from. But like, and I tried to help you out. But dude, that second one is like, dude, that's a full-price game with fucking loot boxes. Hell no. Fuck that. Like, it's one thing for a free-to-play game to do the gacha tactics I hate. But it's like, hey, they gotta make money somehow. I get it. I wish they made it some better way, but like, I get it. But dude, come on. People likes how they able to buy crap. Dude, I fuck. Oh, it was so dumb. XP boosters, and then there was like, what was it? The fucking modifiers for like gathering materials. Oh my god. Chad, I'm stuck at work right now. Did we clear the bot front? It's basically going to be done in a second. And then we have 1 day to capture the Lumina. What about Overwatch loot boxes? Well, when Overwatch wasn't free, I thought it was like pretty bad, right? Obviously, it's a $40 game or whatever it was at release, and then, you know, loot boxes on top of that. But it's just cosmetics. It doesn't actually affect gameplay at all. Whereas in Battlefield, it actually did affect gameplay. Genshin Impact, it actually does affect gameplay. To this day, I don't think the EA loot boxes for like cosmetics is as bad as like other games actually affecting gameplay, right? As soon as it affects gameplay, it gets to it's a different tier, right? But like now that Overwatch is free and it has, you know, I think it still has loot boxes to some extent, depending on what country you're in. Not as bad, right? It's free to play. It's how they make their money. Yada, yada, yada. You know, would I rather there be loot boxes or $100 skin bundles like Valorant? I'd probably still prefer Valorant because no loot box gambling, but, you know, yeah. Can already see the next SM2 crash out happening. Love the new war gear cosmetics. Be unlocked behind PvP ordeals. Oh, yikes. They dropped $400 day one of EU2 server on... Oh my... What the fuck, Nate? Jesus Christ. They probably make so much money from that shit. Oof. Oh, fuck. Not paying attention. It's like choosing two horrendous ways of dying in a video game. Kinda, yeah.
Extraction shuttle inbound. Calling down a support weapon. Orbital inbound.
That guy actually just tried to pick me up in his car. He's like 5 feet from the extract. What are you doing, bro?
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Bum, bum, ba-da.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
So close to the edge of the map, no enemies will spawn.
T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Victory was never in doubt.
It's not a bug though, radio. It's functioning as intended. It's just an unfortunate result of functioning as intended. Because the way it works is patrols are supposed to spawn from the nearest installation to you, right? So if there's a bug nest 100 meters from you or 200 meters from you, whatever, patrols will run or start patrolling from that direction towards you, right? To hopefully have some kind of interaction, right? You can avoid them or not. As soon as you destroy all the bug nests on the map, that's when they start spawning on the outskirts of the map. So the closest point, the closest like side of the map, and then they will walk towards you. You know? But because there's like a spawn bubble that stops enemies from spawning next to you, if you stand close enough to the edge of the map, no spawns will happen, right? So the vast majority of situations, it works really well. I don't know if they're going to adjust it. It's been like this for over 1.5 years. It does make for some boring ass extractions whenever an extraction point is too close to the side of the map. Probably the easiest way to fix it is just like with the terrain gen, just make sure that the extraction point happens further from the edge. That's probably all they really need to do to it. But I've never seen them acknowledge or said anything about it. We still grab Genesis when we have like 24 hours left. Let me check. Let's see how the math works out. For sure. But the boarding extraction isn't intended. Yeah, which is fair. I hope they just do the train gen thing. Because I would assume altering the spawning would be a lot more effort. But I don't know. Maybe it's the opposite. So, first two things I'm going to look at is what's the decay rate? 0.62. That one's almost done. So, with Mox, it took us like well over a day and a bit to take Mox. Because it had a 1% resistance. It's just finishing up now. With Genesis Prime, it's 0.62, so we should take it faster. And then if we can get this online, we would absolutely dominate it. The problem is I think people are going to finish up this. So that's kind of unfortunate. But if we had heavy ordnance distribution active, we would take the planet extremely fast. Hey, Evil, how you doing? I'm doing good. How are you? Or allow map spawning outside the map boundary. Sure. Yeah, that could work too. Yeah. I've also noticed some like audio issues lately when firing fast firing shooting gun. A lot of things are exploding going on around you. I used to notice that. Basically on bots, there's just too many sounds happening, especially with explosions and your gun. But I want to say it's been improved. Like I haven't really noticed it lately. Bullstorm's bugged for me every time. Oh, really? Gotcha. I guess I haven't really been using Bulletstorm, so maybe I haven't noticed it. But I've used some, like, a bunch of fast-firing primary weapons and I didn't notice any problems. Just joined an SMT mission. Why do I have 600 ping? The fuck? This is dude on the moon. Nah, he's probably playing from North Korea through, like, 4 different VPNs. Maybe it's Kimmy J, dude.
Select an operation, Helldiver.
Trying to find the will to play HG2 again. It sounds so morbid. Hopefully you find it. But we should be getting a big like title update, big update, probably end of summer. So that'd probably be a good time to come back. Right now, not that much is going on. Pretty just the normal cycle of things.
Orbit synchronized.
People actually pay PvP in SM2? I don't think so. Not very much. I'm sure people still do try to. But I doubt it actually does anything. It probably is just 20 players, yeah.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed.
Next update will be almost all PvP changes. 20 guys are gonna be happy. Yeah, I mean, them doing all that stuff sounds great, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like it's just a waste of development time because nobody plays PvP anymore. Like, it's just, the adage of like, too little, too late. I'm sure they mean well by it, but it's like, dude, who cares? Spend that time doing other things. It'd probably be way more impactful and meaningful. Just leave the PvP mode. People who thought the PvP mode in SM2 was going to be anything more than just like a fuck around with your friends mode when the game first came out are crazy. I remember talking to a lot of people when SM2 first came out that like were like, they were so convinced that like it was like a proper part of the game. Waste of dev time sounds like commando missions. I don't think commando missions are a waste of dev time. I don't. It's filling out a niche that like a good amount of Helldivers want. What would be a waste of dev time, in my opinion, would be continuing to make more commando missions than there already are, without making commando missions more appealing to everyone. Does that make sense? That's how I'd phrase that. If they're just gonna make more commando missions that feel exactly the same, don't waste the time. Just go make like regular missions that everybody can enjoy. But there's a sizable amount of people that love commando missions, right? Hey, look, they're in chat right now. It's just they're more niche. A lot of players, the majority of players, tend to just avoid them. But, that being said, commando missions are going to be more important going forward when they change the Warfront thing, and they will actually have a lot more meaning to the overall game. So. But I do wonder if, like, they're just gonna do like, hey, here's a Warfront mission, destroy the enemy artillery. But it's literally just the normal destroy orbital cannons for bots, but just with the commando modifier on it. Which is not the worst idea. Going loud at commando missions is a fun challenge. It does, but only for a couple missions. And then I realized I would just have more fun playing a normal mission. Because the problem is going loud on a commando mission just means that it's like tying one hand behind your back and playing the game. Actually, it's kind of like tying both hands behind your back. It's like, it's fun for the challenge, but I played a week of it, and I don't think I ever want to play commando missions ever again. Because the variety of gameplay you get from commando missions is incredibly small. In a game that's about variety of gameplay. You know? So it is possible that they could change the structure of commando missions to be more interesting for people that want to go loud. Because the way it currently works, you're basically so decentivized from going loud that, like, you just... if you want to go loud, there's only, like, 2 loadouts that you can do. Friend of mine bring this up the other day. Yeah, I'll be honest, I haven't done a convoy in a long time. I don't know.
Allied destroyer has left the squadron.
Some box, there were like commando missions on off of like 3 total instead of 3 commando missions. Yeah. But anyways, like, it's like, I don't want commando missions to be like taken out of the game or anything like that. Because I understand and I agree that, like, you know, variety's a good part of HD2. But it's like, commando missions are very niche. Vast majority of people who play HD2 are not super interested in playing them.
Main objective near your position.
But for the sake of variety, they're good. They're good and healthy for the game.
Calling down a support
And people have been begging for, you know, stealth missions since the game had come out at that point, so it was good that they added them. I think I only played them the first week. A lot of people did that, right? It was fun novelty when they came out, cool. But you can kill a harvester with an autocannon, but with the armor piercing rounds, that's how you should kill a harvester, is with the armor piercing rounds. The flak rounds are just RNG when it comes to killing a harvester. It's 2 RNG in my opinion. Sometimes you're gonna get a very fast kill, and sometimes it will basically not kill them at all. I personally feel you're just better off using the armor piercing rounds, and every time you hit the weak point with the armor piercing rounds, it staggers them, so it's really good. We want rewards for major orders. People now complaining about FOMO rewards. To be fair, they did kind of mess up on how they are delivering those rewards. If you don't log in and play the MO, you don't get the item until maybe when they add personal campaigns. And I don't agree with that. If they want to change the system when we do actually get personal campaigns and we could just unlock them through personal campaigns, sure. But this step here was not a good idea. Because it does actually have a FOMO effect. People will feel kind of forced to log in and play because they're not going to get that thing for an undisclosed amount of time. Which, not a good idea. You should never feel like you have to log in to get something. That's a not a good thing to have in your video game. That's why I wasn't a fan when they removed medals if you had not logged in for that MO. It was just a good idea to just have medals be handed out to people who haven't logged in. Because you would come back to the game and you just have a bunch of medals. It's kind of like rewarding you. There's super credits in this bunker. I'll ping it. Right? You get rewarded for coming back to the game, which I think is a positive thing for the game. You log back in, you get a bunch of medals. You log back in, you get access to a bunch of new stratagems. That's awesome. That's a good fucking thing. I just think it's a bad idea when you start like, okay, you have to log in order to do that. It reminds me of Destiny 2. Destiny 2 did that shit. It was like a chore system where you had to log in to get shit or to accomplish things. Because it would rotate away and you wouldn't be able to do it. It came back every week, sure, but the problem is that sometimes it would be out of rotation for long periods of time. Not good. Reddit complains that only those who play should get them. That's the problem, is that there's some people that are like quite gatekeepy about this kind of stuff, and that's silly. You should be rewarded for doing the MO, right? I agree. But I feel like they can address that issue without gatekeeping stuff about like having to constantly log in. Because it's essentially a login bonus. And it's well documented that people do not like login bonuses. What they should probably do is just, you know, have rewards for interacting with the MO, as far as like, hey, do a bunch of MO missions, you get a bunch of medals, or there's an XP bonus if you know, participate in the MO versus not participating in the MO. Make it small, don't make it massive. You know, make it like 10% or something like that. rewards like that to get people to interact with the MO, because that's ultimately what those people want. They want players to interact with the MO. They don't want them like piggybacking off of the quote-unquote people who are doing all the work, right? No, exclusive skins is the same problem. It's FOMO. No. It's okay to do exclusive skins for the occasional large-scale MO like they currently do, but if they just start doing exclusive skins all the fucking time, that's not good. Because it's the same thing.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh, Ramses, thank you for the tier 1 19 months. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate the primer. It's for in the stream. Isn't MO rewards like an easy fix? The people who participate get it for free and the others have to buy it with super credits or something? That's how it already works. That's how it already did work. You had to buy it with, not super credits. That would be bad. Please no super credits, but you had to pay it with requisition slips. As your ship. So that's how it already did work. That's why I am not a fan of the current change to make you have to feel like you have to log in order to get it until the undisclosed time that you'll be able to earn it, right? My suspicion is that that undisclosed time is when they add personal orders, and personal orders will just be like little side quests to get stuff, which is good. I think that's a good way of doing it, but they shouldn't have made this change until personal orders were ready. So like, here's an example, because in Battlefield 6, they have weapons that come out every season, right? And they're in the season pass. You don't have to pay, it's on the free track of the season pass. But these weapons, when the season pass goes away, they're still earnable immediately from day one. They just put it behind an assignment. Go kill a bunch of these enemies and do it in this fashion, and you can earn it immediately in the next season. I'm suspecting that that's how they're gonna do MO rewards. They're gonna move to like a personal order as soon as the MO finishes. The issue is that we don't have personal orders yet. It's not in. Right? And it's like problem solved, easy clap. But it's like, we don't have personal orders yet. Why are you doing this? It just doesn't feel good yet. Do you have an ETA on personal orders? We just know they're coming in the coming months. We just don't have a specific... They just said coming months, so we don't know. Casual divers also can get busy for days and months. Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of people that are like in my community that are like, hey, I'm away for work right now. I can't log in. I'm not going to get access to Hyena. Like, that's not good, bro. That's not good at all. And it's like you're punishing someone who would love to log in, but they just can't right now. You know? Like, I don't know. And it's like, okay, maybe if they don't play for long enough, they'll eventually have personal orders. But it's like, who do we know when personal orders are coming out? And it's like when people have asked, hey, when am I going to get access to the supply for feed? Oh, in the future. You can't do that, bro. That is 100% FOMO. So, it's silly. That's what personal orders are, Ramses. At least that's how I suspect personal orders will be. That's what I've been talking about. We've spoken to them about that, Amiibo. I'm not exactly sure what they had planned for those experimental stratagems other than every once in a while they give them to us.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Dude, would this guy stop walking left and right? Trying to hit your leg? Oh my god, you didn't die. OPM strategy customization. I mean, when we get the new ships, I would assume there's going to be some amount of stratagem progression or stratagem difference. If they didn't do that, that would be incredibly silly of them.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
That's the problem, Ramses, is that if you go too slow, it's a live service game. People get bored and move on. It's a double-edged sword. You go too slow, people move on, they get upset, things don't happen fast enough. Gamers are notoriously impatient. Although you might be very impatient, most gamers are not patient. A lot of games die as they wait for updates. But if you go too fast, obviously the opposite can result in things being released too early and having problems. There needs to be some kind of mix in between. There needs to be like an expectation that like things will be delivered on like, you know, a fairly fast and timely basis, you know, but also not too fast that like it completely breaks, but also when something gets delivered, we're not here expecting it to be 100% flawless, right? This is not a game that's been in development for like 3+ years, you know, or it gets a patch once a year, so of course we can expect the patch to be more flawless. But hey, the amount of games that come out after 3+ years of development that are bugging mexes should kind of indicate to people that there's sometimes going to be bugs included in patches. Sometimes our expectations are just really high. The hope is that the bugs are just not gameplay fucking, and I think that's pretty fair to hope for. You'd hope well-designed systems would be nearly infinitely replayable and engaging. That's not really a thing. That's the hope, but that's not really a thing, unfortunately. Especially in today's day and age. TLDR, gamers will never be happy. To some extent, yeah. Oh, Starfield's not even in a live service game, right? So like a single player game like Starfield, it's okay if they release an update every once in a while. But a live service game like Helldivers, which kind of is important that people play it regularly, if you take too long to do updates in between, people will look at Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is actually a really good example of it. even when Arc Raiders was doing regular updates, their updates weren't good enough. They were adding a lot of bugs and just bad, like, just kind of like not great additions that people were like meh about.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
You know, player numbers just kept dropping. There's now more people that play HD2 than Arc Raiders. You know? A couple months ago, you know, maybe like 6 months ago, you would have been like, nah, you're crazy, bro. Arc Raiders is so much better than Helldivers. You know? It's not the case anymore. But like, Arc Raiders is betting on like, okay, if we wait till October, we can get a really good patch and it'll bring a lot of people back. Potentially. Right? Potentially. PoE seems to always have something going. They do like every 3 to 4 months. But if you ever look at the Steam charts on PoE, the game effectively dies. You know, before the next season happens, right? And that's not really very viable in HD2, right? Once again, the game needs to feel more alive in HD2 for the whole like concept to work. So, different game, different update schedule required. So I don't think Arrowhead are in a very easy position of just like, just take your time. I do tell them, you know, it's a very common feedback that I give. Hey, take an extra 2 weeks per war bond. I don't think people would really care if they had to wait an extra 2 weeks per war bond or something like that. Right? Or take an extra, you know, whatever. You know, just don't go to the extreme where like players are waiting like large, you know, spans of time before something changes or is iterated on or, you know, so on and so forth. Just, you know, don't go too fast. Destiny 1 had annual updates? Nah, it had it every like 4 months because Destiny 1... and then it had Dark Below, then it had House of Wolves, then it had Taken King, and then it did an annual update after that when it had the other one. It's a little weird. They had both. They tried to do the small DLC packs, but it didn't work very well. You gonna play the Doom Dark Ages DLC? I didn't even play the base game. I was not interested in the shield gameplay of Doom Dark Ages personally. I preferred the second game and the first game.
The Galactic War waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Galactic War map feels static and players are unable to make progress outside the MO. It's because people are bad at coordinating. Right? MO, the only reason we make progress in MOs is because people coordinate around the MO. But that's kind of how it's designed. Because in between MOs, everybody filters away. People don't really follow the DSS, but if people followed the DSS more often after an MO, we would take planets. But it's kind of just like a, that's okay. Like, it's like what... Sometimes when people complain about this kind of stuff, it's like complaining about, man, I really hate drinking cold water. It's too cold. You know what I mean? But it's like that. It's cold water, obviously, you know, but it's kind of like the system that they've designed is kind of designed that way, right? Because of how the Galactic War works, and you need a mass of players to go do something. That's important. If small groups of people could go take planets and stuff like that, it would completely change how this entire Galactic War plays out, right? A small group of people could just do whatever the fuck they wanted, and it would be really hard to do a cohesive story, right? To some extent, it is what it is. There's not much more you can do. They've given us the tools, we just don't exactly do it. You know, like in between MOs, like if people just like voted the DSS somewhere and we all followed it, We would easily, and we do take planets outside of MOs. Like occasionally planets get attacked and we go defend them. Like, I think people are just really prone to complain nowadays, honestly. Some of this stuff is really just not that big of a deal. Or it is what it is. Like, you need to coordinate a lot of people to take a planet. But people are having this like idea that like a small group of people should just be able to take a planet. But it's like, that's the scale of the game is too big. You are too small. Like, if this game was only 1,000 people or a couple thousand people, sure. But it's not. I don't know. I personally think the Galactic War overall operates actually pretty damn well. It's not perfect. There's like, I have my suggestions and stuff like that, but it works pretty damn well at the moment. I think they've done a pretty damn good job iterating on it. And the Warfront's idea sounds cool. We'll see how it goes. I like the idea of campaigns instead of just singular MOs. I think they're iterating in the right direction. I think they railed the story to match the upcoming content and not the community action. Well, of course. Of course. Once again, cold water is cold water. Like, they are designing the content and the story a year in advance. The story is written already. We're not the dungeon masters, Ramses. They can't write the story in such a small time frame. They occasionally do for like off-brand MOs, depending on what we do. Or they have branching story paths. But like, dude, some of the stuff is starting to be designed like 6 to 8 months in advance, right? So of course the story goes into certain narratives. But also you would expect the enemies to be planning something 8 months in advance, right? Like the attack on Super Earth, right? From a realistic standpoint, like the Illuminate would be planning that. So of course, narratively, it would go in that direction. So when we get tons of planets to take a planet, we can't. You can though, Ramses. You can take the planet. No. Ramses, that is just flat out wrong. A lot of players can take a planet. The problem is that the DM will probably play against you because they need the story to go in a certain direction because they're developing the story in a certain direction. It isn't like, you know, a Dungeons and Dragons campaign where they can completely change the entire story in like less than a week, right? It needs to go in a certain direction because it's a video game being developed 8 months in advance. It's completely unrealistic to assume it would be any other way. Like, we need to understand that it's a video game that takes time to go in a direction. It's like a tanker and you're asking it to turn on a dime. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it slowly does the U-turn. Slowly does the turn, depending on what we do. But we can absolutely take a planet in between MOs. If we wanted, we could just completely ignore this MO, send this DSS over to this planet and take this instead. But that would take community action, right? Hell, players tried to take Yed, right? We did take it eventually, but like there was no point in taking Yed, but we just did. Arrowhead helped by removing resistances, so it was easier, but you can take it without it. Would the Cybersand content be an example of that? Absolutely. Yeah, they developed that stuff way in advance. Like, they're already working on the next title update, right? They've been working on it the entire time. Like, I'm sure when Cybersand ends, they already had an idea of what the next big narrative is going to be, and they start working on it, right? They're like leapfrogging each other. It's game development, right? It's usually like a lead time of like 8 to 6 months, probably, maybe a year. I think people just want so much interaction that like it's just not feasible in a game like this. People want to feel so big in a large game, but it's like that's also not the point of the game. You're supposed to be like a grunt that like kind of follows orders, or like it's like a democracy, right? It's like you as an individual living in your country trying to change a law, right? It's kind of the same idea in Helldivers. That's how it's like designed. But many people trying to change a law can do it. Right? It's democracy. That's kind of like, that's like the fundamental idea of the Galactic War. Like, I think people just have this like longing idea that they want their own stories and they want their own like things to play out in a certain way, and that's really cool. But it's like, it's kind of like the wrong kind of game for it. That's like something another game would do. It technically is possible to do, but the collective is the real power. As an individual to change a law, well, you have to convince other people to join you, right? Thus creating the collective power, you know? I don't know, you know where I'm coming from, but it's like the SCSF is a small portion of a much larger million plus community, Ramses, right? I understand that you and your group want to feel more impactful, but you're just a small, like, drop in a very large pond, right? But like, you know, when so many communities came together, we took Yed. I was sick, right? But it's like, even then, because there was an MO going on, we were actually making negative progress on Yed. It was like 2,000 people were on Yed, and then there was like 40 across the other planets, right? But once the MO finished, then we did take a planet outside of it, you know? Outside of the MO. Obviously, Arrowhead helped. So, I don't know. I think it's easy to want to, like, make your dream game inside the game that you're playing and, you know, push it in that direction. But it's like, sometimes it's like, that's not really what the game has in order. You know, when people talk about, like, wanting space battles and wanting to fly around in spaceships and stuff like that, is that really the game that they're making? Or is that what you just want to play a game like that? You wish Helldivers was more like that. But it's like, that's not really the game that they're making. It's a cool idea, but maybe we just need a different game to create that gameplay. Because it's like, everybody has the idea of like what they want the game to turn into, right? Because everybody has the things that they like about this game or that game. You know, a lot of people come from mech games and they want more mechs in HG2. They want customizable mechs, right? So you have that group, and then you have another group, and then you have this group. And you have community-oriented people that just want clans and stuff like that, and they want their clan to be powerful and be able to take planets, and that'd be really cool. But it's like, that goes against certain other ideas that the game already has. Why is Mox standing? Because I think a lot of people have already started going over to Genesis Prime, like myself. So it's slowed. Well, what is missing is HG2 is paying for planets to be liberated with real money. Jesus Christ. The hell am I reading? I get halfway through that, I'm like, God damn it, accurate. Let me swipe my credit card. I want to take a planet. Have you seen this? Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna buy Super Earth. Okay, Bezos.
I found something. Oh, the galaxy looks requesting orbital. Let something stand in the way of
The way you guys are talking about that reminds me of what's that space game called? Oh god. Man, I can't remember. The one with all the real money spending. No, not No Man's Sky. Shit, I can't remember. You'll spend tens of thousands of dollars. Eve Online. You guys talk about fucking buying a planet like that? I'm just thinking of Eve. Big corporations buying up. Ramses, you ever thought about playing Eve? I feel like that's like the game for you. Like, I feel like Eve Online is kind of like the dream game of like Ramses and other people with that like clan idea. It just doesn't have the same gameplay. Star Citizen? Nah. I mean, maybe Star Citizen one day, but I was thinking of EVE Online. Basically just large groups of people spending large amounts of money to buy parts of the solar system and wage war over it. But personally, I like the idea of all Helldivers work together. We're not like individual factions, we're just one group. EVE is a game that's so much more fun to hear about than play. Well, it depends on like what you get a kick out of, right? Because I think a lot of EVE players get a big kick out of being a part of a group and then taking territory as a group, right? You know, you gotta be the right kind of person for that game, or have a big wallet. I think we win this MO easily. I think so too. I think there's a good chance. The resistance is a lot lower on Genesis Prime, so.
Mission map updated.
My friend loves it. He's an accountant. You know what? I never thought about, you know, the different, like, occupations that EVE players probably have. I was thinking Nepo babies and stuff like that, people with lots of money. But accountant makes so much sense. At one point, I have 5 accounts running simultaneously. I'm glad I got out. Swizzy, are you comfortable with sharing how much money you spent in EVE? Obviously, you don't have to, but I'm just curious. Because 5 simultaneous accounts, that's crazy. Maybe you were like a big free-to-play gamer. Or didn't pay very much. Not that much, say 300. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. Ernest, she ran. We could like biplex. Gotcha. A former MMO I played, we had an economics student tracking the whole economy of the game. Like, shops everywhere. He predicted the rising and falling prices, shit ton of in-game money, sold that for IR. I mean, that's why people love in-game economies. Some people just get a huge kick out of that shit, man. Like, I remember in New World, people fucking spend hours tracking prices and stuff like that. Buying and selling. People love that shit. I'm not surprised.
Mission is progressing. Sending in an eagle.
I did a little bit of that in New World, but it was fun. But I didn't have the time to fully invest, I guess. I was spending my time doing other things in that game.
Sub-objective near your location.
That's annoying. He turned left. I was trying to throw it to the left of him.
Calling in reinforcements.
Nice spreadsheet for New World.
Request approved.
Nice.
Deploying reinforcements.
Very nice.
Main objective near your position. One step closer to mission completion.
Orbital inbound.
Bum, bum, bum. So chat, I don't really follow soccer, football, at all. Is there always a ton of controversy on every World Cup? Like, is it extremely common, or is this one filled with way more drama? Because I swear, like, I just hear so much drama this year, dude. Like, fucking every day there's new drama, it seems. Every game has, like, so many controversial calls. You had the shit with Trump and, like, the red card getting reversed and... like, FIFA is rigging it for Messi. I don't know, man. Nah, this one's drama queen? Okay. Alright. It's just, like, I don't know. I normally see that the World Cup is happening, and I'm kind of loosely following it. I just don't remember hearing about all this shit.
Reinforcements have been launched.
Yeah, the president intervening into this and having some weird relationship with the FIFA president, yeah, definitely questionable. Corruption at its finest kind of energy. Oh my god, imagine the drama if US won over Belgium. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I bet the FIFA president is so happy that the US didn't win. I bet that's why he did it. Because he knew Trump would be happy. A little bit of ego stroking for him. And there's very little chance of, you know, US actually winning, so that's why he did it. Tinfoil hat. Technically a win-win. Not as much controversy as it could be. and Trump is happy. Yeah, for sure, DJ. That makes sense. I mean, also, American everything tends to be very drama-filled. Like, Americans love drama. So, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some of that maybe going on. Yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised with how well the US and even Canada did.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
A certain part of the population that can't be happy no matter what. We were literally just talking about with the HG too. Yeah.
Requesting sentry.
Extraction is available.
Yeah, football fans are very funny. I've been seeing a lot of memes, like international memes about it all. Quite funny. I didn't know you guys could be so funny outside the US. I'm Canadian and super res, yeah. It was definitely kind of surprising. Definitely pretty surprising. All right. I guess I'm just stepping on them. The little turn. Mechs are so damn tanky now. Oh my god. My mech would have died 4 times over without the armor and health changes. Mechs are so good now. Oh my goodness. The hell that shot go? Can't see, too purple. Where the... My camera is fucked. It's already looking good. Yeah, I can see that. I think we'll get this ammo. It'll be close. It'll be close, but I think we'll get this ammo. But remember, like, we still have a chance to get the hyena, even if we didn't get this portion of the ammo. We only need 2 out of the 3 MOs, and there's still 1 more portion. Okay. But a made-up joke tweet about Trump saying Belgium is 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear bomb. Stop, bro. Stop it. Stop it, dude. The drama around the Iranian team is pretty crazy, though. How the US definitely made the Iranian team's life a lot harder. Can't see the leg anymore. Fuck is that guy going to space? But they were treated with like cavity searches. Ain't no. Really? Okay, I didn't know about that one. I just heard about the fact that they were like staying in Tijuana and had to like travel to their games over and over again. They couldn't stay in the country properly. Like, and a lot of their support staff couldn't come into the country because of visa restrictions. It's like, damn. Probably fake news? Yeah, hard to say.
ETA, T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Only nerds check sources. So your favorite loadout is that moment? Depends on the faction. What faction are we talking about?
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Marking location. How'd you like to taste freedom? Say hello to democracy.
Robots. It's my favorite. It's my favorite faction for them. Epoch with the warp backpack with 380 and strafing. Primary weapon scythe. Secondary weapon ultimatum. And then grenade. I've been enjoying the Giga grenade ever since the weapon resupply. Grenade resupply got better. It's not like meta or anything like that, but I enjoy using that loadout. It's fun. Mega Bonk mention. The hell's a Bonk mech? He means the shield mech. Broped. Thank you for that Prime. Appreciate you. 14 months. Thank you for supporting the stream, buddy. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. How you doing, dude? Welcome back.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Today you've carved another foot in a long climb.
I need the Space Marine. It's not a Space Marine war bond, just heads up. It's a 40k war bond. They've already told us it's not Space Marines. Space Marines wouldn't really fit in this game. Hold up. Wait a minute. I just don't want you to get your hopes up. Something that's not actually happening. I need some advice. Ooh, is this an accurate story? Give it to me, buddy. Sim, you remember Cars Girl. Give me a refresher. Hell Marine Stratagem? Duh. Nah. A Space Marine would just be like... It's on a whole other like power scale to what Helldivers game is in general. Like it just... I don't think they could fit it in, which is why I think they said nah. The one who asked me to watch Cars. Oh, yes, yes. And you did, in fact, inspect her, or sorry, I should say, you did a car inspection on her. Mm-hmm. Right? You checked out her muffler. Indeed so. Yes, yes. So what's going on with the car girl? Are you still seeing her? Yeah, exactly. Helldiver is like, you know, a guardsman kind of area, probably a little higher, you know. In the 40k universe, they have Helldiver-like units, so I'm sure they will find something that works. I feel like the cremator, honestly. I haven't used it today. Sure, something like that. I'm gonna put on fire resistance because I don't feel like baking myself. Well, then I'm hoping for some Astartes themed armor. Once again, I don't think it would be Astartes themed armor. I just think it would be like 40k themed. It would probably be something Helldiver related. I understand your love for the Astartes, but I really don't think they're doing that. I think they're mostly going for other stuff, like, you know. It's a different power scale. I think the theme will be more human oriented rather than tank and armor.
Deploying SOS beacon.
The Superstar armor from Exo Warband is kind of Space Marine. It's not Space Marine themed. It's Warhammer 40k themed. It's what Psychers wear, Commissars wear. So if you go to Darktide, it's actually a very similar armor to Darktide, but it's not Space Marine themed.
Calling in an eagle.
It's 40k themed. That's more what I'm trying to say, is that, like, yeah. So she basically lives pretty close to me, like a few streets over, and she told me she kind of joined my gym because she saw me going in a lot. Wait, talk to me. Okay, that's cute. Now, that is kind of cool, but at the same time, I kind of feel like targeted now. Wait. What do you mean targeted? So, accurate. This is what it's like having, like, you know, friends, acquaintances, and stuff like that. They might like spending time with you or being around you, Is that like stalking? No. It would be stalking if this was just some like random ass, you know, person that you didn't sleep with. Yeah, but like before she ever talked to me. Oh, wait. What's the context here? Oh, okay. So this happened before. She joined the gym because she saw me. Okay, all right. Sorry. I had this the other way around. I thought like she joined the gym after your date. Okay. Well, this is kind of like the same thing you see in movies where like, you know, a guy will go out of his way to like try and take a class so he can get to know said girl. It's context dependent. If you like said person doing this, it's okay. If you don't like said person, it's stalking. It's kind of like how sexual harassment in the office tends to be like, if you like the guy, it's not sexual harassment. If you don't like the guy, it's sexual harassment. Do you know what I mean? It's context dependent. If you're attracted to this person, it's not stalking. But it is stalking if, you know, creeps you the fuck out. You know? It's either flirting or not flirting. It's kind of up to you. You kind of make that decision. But the fact that you slept with her kind of tells us you're leaning to one side. She just wanted to get to know you because she probably thought you were hot. You know? She thought you were attractive. She pursued you. Signing up to the same gym? Good way of doing that. I don't think she's crazy at all. I'm motivated? Sure. I've heard of women back in the day going to funerals to meet a partner. Okay, that's weird. I mean, joining a gym is one thing. Going to a fucking funeral? Jesus. I mean, usually weddings are that thing, right? Hookup Central. The Ferris, I hope she's okay. She doesn't seem crazy, so I don't know. I don't think she's crazy. It's just... It's context, bro. If you like this girl, it's absolutely fine. I don't see a problem with it. If you don't like her, yeah, it's a bit weird. It's kind of just how that plays out. But has she, like, acted weird afterwards? Not at all? Yeah, so she probably just found you attractive and she pursued you. Do you feel like fresh meat? So... a lot of people in chat right now are like, fucking lucky guy. What the fuck? A lot of people are probably jealous of you in this situation, Accurate, because it usually doesn't happen that way. Usually it's the men that have to do the pursuing. So. Yeah, Accurate, yeah. Anyways, I think I might just tell her that's romantic. Sorry, why do you have to tell her anything about it? I mean, you could just be like, all right. Like, do you have to say anything? Accurate is just being too German right now. I think people in chat would be jealous. I mean, for any single man out there, you know, just having a girl pursue you so you didn't have to do all the work and it's just someone you found attractive, I think they'd be jealous. Not in like a, you know, hateful way, but like in a lucky motherfucker, you know? Men, yeah, men absolutely usually have to make the first move. It's not like super rare, but usually it does not work out that like the woman would make the first step or be that forward, right? It sounded like you basically just sat on your hands and it happened. Accurate. I don't think it had anything to do with your shirt, bro. I hate to be that guy. I think your shirt played no point in that entire thing. I know you say the shirt played some kind of factor, but I think she was attracted to you. Plain and simple. I mean, it's possible the shirt played some kind of factor. Do I tell her about my moving away plan though? Because like last time that ended it, but like I feel like a dick not telling her. I mean, you could just bring it up in casual conversation. You know, like it's not like you're fucking dating. Right? You basically just had a hookup. You're not dating this person. So you don't exactly have obligations other than like, you know, just a friendly like conversation with them. But I wouldn't put so much emphasis on like you have to tell them, you know, you owe it to them or anything like that. I mean, at this point, is it dating? You need to provide more context on what's exactly happening. Are you spending, you know, dinners with this person? Because from what I have heard, it's you had a hookup. You're essentially just fuck buddies. But I, like, if there's more going on, let me know. I don't know. I've been to her place 6 times. Just for hooking up or hanging out? We went on walks. You take her to dinner? She take you to dinner? Go to dinner together? Okay, maybe you are dating. Okay, there's a lot more going on here that I didn't know that was happening. If you go out to get food, watch movies, then you're dating. Or if you just like spend time at her house and you're not fucking. You know, if you're not hooking up. I mean, yeah, we had dinner a few times because I was hungry during the walks. Accurate, you were one of the most oblivious Germans I've ever met. Jesus. Yeah. You're currently quote unquote dating without saying it. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. Especially if you're hooking up. It's pretty casual. I wouldn't say it's like, you know, very formal dating, but yeah, I'd say you're pretty casual.
Outpost destroyed.
I would just tell her. I mean, I'd let her know. I'd just be like, hey, I'm not sure exactly where this, you know, situation will go between us, but just want to make sure it's clear. That's what I had plans in the future, you know? I think it's too late, she'll not be happy. No, I think him just saying it. Because, I mean, he could just be honest and say, like, he wasn't sure where this situation between the two of them was going. But now that they spend more time together, he feels like they should, you know, you should tell her. Like, I'm assuming you haven't made any promises to this person. Or, like, you haven't even officially discussed that you're dating. So it's like, I don't think this person's going to be that angry. They might be a little bummed. But 6+ meetups is not dating, it's serious dating. They haven't had the conversation. The fact that Accurate is this oblivious to it, it's nothing serious. I feel like if it was serious, they would have had a conversation. Or at least she would have pushed him into it.
Extraction is available.
I haven't asked her to be my girlfriend. Like, people still ask that. Well, they ask it more or less is to be, like, exclusive. Right? That's still a social norm as far as I understand. You know? It's essentially just, hey, we're a thing. Putting a label on it, more or less. I mean, it's accurate. Yeah, but, like, the thing is that it's accurate. He can't pick up on, like, cues a lot of time, but, like, she would have a conversation with him about it. And I feel like he would have brought it up in this conversation if she had a conversation about being more serious. And I just don't get that impression that she's done that. She asked you to meet her parents. Oh, that's a good question, yeah. Has she brought up meeting her parents? That kind of tells you how progressed the relationship is. Father goes to the same gym. No, okay, yeah. So I think it's quite casual at the moment. I don't think she'd be that upset. It'd just be good to tell her. Just let her know. Have a conversation about it and just be like, hey, I want to bring this up to you because, you know, things have been progressing between me and you, and I want to make sure you understood my plans for the future. Just, you know, be kind about it. You could even, like, open it up to her of, like, you know, depending on, like, how you feel about it. You know, long distance or anything like that, right? Like, I don't know. It's up to you and your decision making, but, you know. She's 2 years younger than me, so, like, she will not be done studying when I am. Yep. Do you have a time? I mean, that's where, like, she's probably gonna ask you about a timeline. And at that point, you know, she can make a choice on whether or not she continues the relationship or, you know, continue and possibly do long distance. Because you're not moving that far. Europe's not that big. Right? It'd just be like a long distance relationship. She'll probably be mad that, like, you're only letting her know now. Yeah. Or if it sounds like it's not, yeah, it doesn't sound super serious, so I don't think she's gonna be that mad. I think it's fairly big, bro. Like, if you count, like, end to end, maybe. But, like, he's going from Germany to Switzerland. Brother. The entire province of Ontario is fucking massive. It's as long as Europe, so you can't really give me like that, you know? Most things in Europe are pretty close together. And it's so interconnected with trains and shit like that. Small flight. I don't know. For a German, that's long distance. I mean, it's crossing Alps. Well, it's a good thing you built tunnels through them, right? You're not crossing them. You're more going through them. It's like a train ride. I don't know. I didn't know he was German. Yeah. Well, I mean, can you see how he's talking? He's absolutely German. He's missing all the social cues. I kid. I thought you were going to, like, US to Europe. Yeah, that's fucking long distance. Going across an ocean? Yeah. Like Detroit to Toronto? I think it's even less than that, is it not? Because at least Detroit to Toronto, I can take a train. Or, like, sorry, from, like, Germany to Switzerland, I just take a train. I have to fucking take a flight. That sucks. And it's, like, technically international, so I have to go through fucking TSA. Fuck that shit. Like, long distance in my head is driving 1 hour. Damn. I mean, that technically is long-ish distance. That's Maple's base returns better. Shut up. Oh, I just got that new bed, by the way. It's nice. I need to break it in. It's not as soft as it was in the showroom, though. But I did sleep well. No, actually, I'm not Bezos, dude. I don't got that kind of money. Temperature controlled? What the fuck? I was gonna say, is it Tempur-Pedic? Dude, I don't got that kind of money. Once you're fucking married, you'll appreciate the temperature controlled bed. Got a Herman Miller chair. Yeah, I only paid half for it though, dude. And I've owned this thing for 3 years, and I'm probably gonna own it for another 7. I sit in this chair more than I sleep in my bed. You know what I mean? Investment.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
I paid for half of it while it was on sale and before all these crazy markups. Context.
Synchronized.
So where do I tell her? Do I like invite her out to a restaurant or just like at her place? I don't know. Tell her no, don't listen to Fact Shredder. I would say where you think she is most comfortable. Depends on the person. Yeah, somewhere quiet. I wouldn't say a public place. You can do it on a walk or like at home. Because it'll be a conversation. It'll be a serious conversation, most likely. So, you know, you don't want to be interrupted or anything.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Oh, and don't be one of those assholes that says, "Hey, I got to talk to you about something very important later today." Don't preface it like that. It's almost better to just spring it on them rather than like make them nervous throughout the entire day of like what you want to talk about. Don't do that shit. I really like Annie does that to me sometimes, and I'm like, Annie, don't do that. Just what do you want to talk about? It's just like, at least give me the topic. Don't keep it so secretive. I'm not doing cliffhangers. Good. Good. Don't do cliffhangers. That's it. Well said. Don't do cliffhangers. Cliffhangers is evil.
Hellpod lock defense. Hellpod prime.
You just kicked me? No, you did. Man, I was checking my shit. Come on. People are so impatient. We need to talk. I'll tell you later. yeah, that. Don't do that shit. That shit. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. Just either tell them in the moment, or you know, give them like, hey, are you free? And then tell them. By the way, Maple, if you want to get rid of your winter emotes on screen for chat, you can disable seasonal emotes. 7TV. See, I don't really fuck with the emotes. I just let Annie do it, but sure, we can do that.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Let me log in. I think it's here.
Mission preparation aborted.
And then
Orbit synchronized.
emote sets.
Mission coordinates locked.
And then that.
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbit.
How do I wait, how do I disable? Wait. Is it disabled or enabled? Wait, I'm so confused.
Synchronized.
It's the same symbol. What do you mean no? I removed them. Oh, you already did it. Oh, you just want me to refresh it. That's what you mean by refresh it. Oh, my bad. So that one's active and these ones are inactive. Look at you, accurate. Worst part is about the most mundane shit. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's about stuff that like doesn't really matter. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, sure. And he added the Christmas emotes as singular emotes to the default set. Oh. Ah. I see. We will be forced to have a Merry Christmas. I mean, Annie, to be fair, loves Christmas, so I can't say I'm too surprised to hear that. She's a big Christmas enjoyer. I brewed them during hunger yesterday. Thanks, Accurate. That's really nice of you. Thanks, buddy. My man. Yeah, I personally don't care if it's like Christmas emotes or whatever, so it doesn't bother me one bit. So, but I'm guessing it bothers you guys, so fair enough. You don't feel the Christmas spirit in July? It's Christmas 365 days of the year. I need to repay you for your therapy session. No, dude. I appreciate the interesting conversation. And helping you out is a bonus. So. Us guys, you stick together, you know? I get it. Confusing. Women are confusing. They come from a different planet. Cancelled. Fuck you. So in your eyes, Mariah Carey never goes back into the Winterfell? Okay. Personally, she only comes out in December, alright? But to Annie, she comes out in fucking, I think it's like right after Thanksgiving in the US, so like November something. After Halloween? Nah, for her it's Thanksgiving. What's Canadian Thanksgiving? It's in October for us. Was it like second or third week? I can't remember. It's in my calendar. That's how I remember it. Bye, Omni. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you.
Objective completed.
Package acquired.
Ooh, ammo.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Christmas emote spotted. It didn't show up on screen, did it?
Tactical asset near your location.
It's showing up in my chat program, but I'm assuming it won't update for a bit.
Dropping package. Sending in an eagle. Package acquired.
The police officer who panicked. Oh, I know what he's talking about. There was that police officer that like freaked the fuck out because an acorn fell on a cop car while he was like arresting that person. So they like put him in the car, and then an acorn fell on the roof, and the dude fucking flipped out, did like a combat roll away kind of shit, and then fired like, I think it was like an entire magazine into the back of the cop car. That dude, like, should just not be a police officer. Like, that is terrible. Like, what the fuck? That guy is so afraid for his life. That guy is just gonna kill some, you know, innocent person. Because he thinks someone draws a weapon. Miraculously, the person at the back of the cop car did not die. Like, what the? He got so lucky. Luckily, that guy's just a really bad shot.
Calling down a sentry.
Tactical asset near your location.
That's the kind of cop that, you know, should just not have a gun. Or just not be a cop in general. Give that guy a fucking taser. How? Man, are they accurate nowadays? I will kill all the Christmas emotes. The great cleansing. Do I gotta say it like that, bro? Oh no. Monkadubs. He's having a German moment. Oh no, 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 no. Those gosh darn pagans. Not ammo.
Requesting sentry. Never mind. West. Dropping package.
Player right there. Oh my god, I almost blew him up.
Requesting air support.
I'm like completely out of ammo. This fucking sucks. And someone just called in the ammo resupply somewhere, so it's like, maybe there's some at this checkpoint. Hey, but your chat program is ass. The one I have. You mean on screen? Wait, which one? You can't see my chat program. What are you talking about?
Outpost destroyed.
What are you talking about? The one on screen, yeah. Well, it's Stream Elements. I don't know. It takes time to update. It's not instantaneous. It's free. I don't even know of a paid service for it. Is there a paid service chat program? I can't keep up with all these enemies, bro. Wait, where'd that resupply go? Oh wait, no, I didn't call it a resupply. I just called it my fucking thing. Whoops. Okay. Relax. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm so fucked. I need a resupply. What are these emotes we have? What even is that? It's fucking shit. Why do I don't know. Who made that one? Put that one in there. I know Caleb does those. Bellin does some of them. Not me, Teehee. Hi, for Zova. How you doing, buddy? Oh my god, someone called in a resupply again. I'm just looking for stims, bro. Looking for a little stimmy check. And then they both died. They called resupply on themselves and they both died. Fuck! Oh my god, yet another checkpoint with no stims. Finding all the super credits though. Running around on 1 HP the entire time. I feel like do I even want to run all the way over there? Fuck me. Oh, I get another resupply in 14 seconds. This time they can't steal it from me. Watch a fucking storm happen right as this comes. Oh my god, I almost got hit by the fucking plant exploding. I hear added another landmine. Uh-oh. Another landmine operated. Germans do like their landmines, dude. Dumbass is a good landmine? What's the emote look like? Ow. Ow. Nice. Easy. I enjoy using the landmines. You like using the chat landmines too? Dumbass is a good landmine. It triggers me when he reads it. Which one is dumbass? I don't even know which one that is. Or you just mean like dumbass landmines as like a whole? Nah. I don't like the landmines in general, bro. They kind of suck. I think they fuck up chatters too. It's not just all about me. Think about the Massey gun after all this time. I still think it should be easier to pause shooting, you know, or be able to move backwards at least while shooting, or like less of a delay after shooting so you can move faster. Things of that nature. I've always said that maybe a little bit more damage per bullet would be nice for it, but you know, after all this time, it's still like it's a solid B tier on most factions. It's, you know, doesn't kind of perform and punch above its weight, but it does fine for what it's like. You know, as far as a chaff clearing weapon goes, it does well. It shines brighter on certain factions like Illuminate. You know, it does better because medium pen is all really you need. So it like sits A. On bots, it's hard to use because you just need more precision, and medium pen is usually just not enough, so it's like B minus C plus. But you know, if they did nothing to the minigun, like that'd be okay. But I do hope that they continue to fuck around with it. I have given feedback to them, and we'll see if it ever gets implemented.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Calling down a sentry.
Dumbass is an emote now. Oh, okay. Refresh my chat. Maybe I can see it. Okay, that's a pretty good dumbass emote. That's a pretty solid dumbass emote. I'm okay with that one.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That's a solid one. That'll make me laugh. I don't mind that one. Like, there's like good landmines and then there's bad landmines where it's like, it's not... It needs to be pretty clear of a landmine. If it's not a clear landmine, it's bad. You know what I mean? It needs to be extremely clear what the emote is.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry.
Check the Carl link and ban him afterwards.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Germans really like their sausage, don't they? Their Wiener.
ETA T-minus 1
Watch out for the 120M one. Come back to us. He ran the opposite direction. He ran towards the enemies.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Right on target.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
I always call Accurate. Why do you call him 180, bro? His name's Accurate. You could have just say Ack. You know? You've been doing this for a bit now. It's mildly triggering. Sorry, I-80. It's supposed to be 1, alright?
Launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction.
And it's not L, he's no L.
Beginning ascent.
Margaret, you made the chat program? No, I didn't make the chat program. This is streamer bot, whatever the fuck it's called. It's actually L80 now. Oh, okay. Isn't it lad? Did you just, at this point, just capitalize the L and just fucking own it? Piss called me that in his chat. I miss Pips. I didn't get to play any Hunger with him, unfortunately.
Lots of enemies killed, lots of samples collected. That's a good mission in my book. Mission coordinates locked.
How are some of these emotes allowed on 7TV?
Hellpods prime.
They don't really have much censorship, I don't think, on 7TV.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
You think Pips would enjoy Dark Tide? Maybe. I could see it.
Orbit synchronized.
I could absolutely see him enjoying it. Honestly, I'd be surprised if he hadn't already played it. Like, seriously, I'd be very surprised if he hadn't already played it. And now let's take the belt fed. The gun that I think absolutely needs some changes still. I'm still so disappointed in it. I want it to be so much cooler than it currently is. It deserves it. At least it has better handling. So that's not something I gotta ask for, but... Sucks. Now that I don't have Hunger to play, it's gonna be a difficult 2 months. I'm gonna be honest. The next 2 months, I feel like are gonna be pretty lax with games. We're gonna be experimenting. Be ready for it. We're going to be jumping around a little bit.
The illuminate must be stopped.
Sending down support weapon.
Sorrow's playthrough? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Plug in the PlayStation, buy it. Yeah. 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 I can see that one. So the Steam Summer Sale to buy some games. You want to experiment without the cheap? I think I'm good right now. I think I have all the games that I want. I was already looking through it.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, it's more of a tax write-off, so
Tactical asset near
it's
your
okay.
location.
Negative.
Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
Have they said anything about oh fuck, what's that melee game that I really like? That Dark Souls-like game? Where you can turn into a rock to deflect shit. Oh, come on. I can't remember what it's called. Mortal Shell, dude. Have they said when Mortal Shell's coming out? Fuck, I love that demo. The Mortal Shell 2 demo was so good, chat. Man, that was fun. I really want to play that full game now.
Orbital inbound.
I don't really want to play the first game. Fuck that. I want to play the second game.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Have they announced when the game's coming out yet? Have they said anything? Anyone see anything? Because man,
Split outpost spotted.
it was great.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 300 meters.
Affirmative.
If Rogue Trader had voice lines, I would buy it instantly.
Found something.
Is it really not voice acted? Or I guess the cutscenes are, right? But not the main thing. Man, this server's laggy. Playing with someone like through 7 VPNs, I think. Not server, but host. Oh my god, that's like a 3-second delay!
Map updated.
Sending in an eagle.
I basically used like all my reserves just to take this. It's just insane how much ammo this thing uses. Prologue is fully voiced in some of the parts they're on. Oh, that's unfortunate. The mission timer's not even stable, really? I haven't looked at it. Oof. That's not good. That's why it's so fucking laggy. Whoever is the leader, I think it's Misdra. Yeah, Mortal Shell was so good, man. Oh. Is it still a demo available? I highly recommend it. Good demo. I've been summoned by the mentioning of Rogue Trader. It's kind of unfortunate that so much of it is not voice acted. Will they ever go back and voice act it, do you think? Still open. Gotcha. Wait. Mortal Shell 2 comes out on... Wait, they did say? Mortal Shell 2 is actually August 20th?
Calling down a sentry.
It's coming out early. Okay, well, that's not the worst thing ever. August 17th, adding it to the list. $17th. All right, that's sick. I'm really happy about that. Fuck yeah. That's huge, man. I don't think it, like, yeah. 20th and 17th, yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. Nice. Yeah, because that demo was actually really good. It's not a AAA Dark Souls game, so it's not as well polished as, like, let's say, the Pinocchio Dark Souls game. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. Why can't I remember the fucking Pinocchio game? Whatever. But, yeah. It was very well done. It was very well done. I was very happy with Mortal Shell. Liza P. Thank you. Yeah, Liza P. Yeah, Liza P has this, like, level of, like, polish that I don't think Mortal Shell really had in that demo. But Mortal Shell had polish in different ways. Like, some things in Mortal Shell were, like, not very polished. But then that's also the kind of... I guess they're both double A, so... Is what it is. Ain't it, Ferris? Your mom okay? What a terrible Seif. Seif artillery.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
DLC for Liza P was my favorite DLC of the year. Loved it. I haven't played DLC yet. Unfortunately, I played Liza P right when it came out, basically. And then it's been so long that I, like, told myself, oh, I need to replay the base game. Then I'll, you know, play the DLC. But I kind of... Yeah. I did do a second playthrough of Liza P at some point, though. I did, like, a New Game Plus run, I think. I think I remember doing that. But it was, like, very early on. Anyways, yeah, I haven't played DLC. I watched a lot of it be played, so... Maybe someday I'll go back and play it. Maybe when Liza P 2 is a thing. Ugh. Dude, this guy's shooting him with the fucking... The Rupture's only making it harder for me to kill him. What about some Darktide Havoc Rad? If I had, like, a dedicated team, maybe. But I don't think I got that in me. I like going back, playing the update for Darktide, and then waiting for the next update. I haven't felt like grinding Darktide since the game came out. And it's not like a dig on Darktide or anything. I don't think it's anything wrong with Darktide. It's just, I haven't felt like grinding it. Bye, Accurate. Nice talking to you, buddy. New content, get all the goodies, unlock cosmetic, wait for the next one. I didn't even do the unlock cosmetic, but yeah. Bruv is killing me. I'm sorry, bruv. Blarg. Just wait till Dawn of War 4 comes out.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
You'll get your 40k vibe. Or, you know, wait until Space Marines 2 does an update. I'll play the next one. That's the plan, at least. Leading the seafood into Azir Pass. Ooh, the seafood. Is that the Illuminate? I know, it's an autocorrect. But that's actually so fucking hype, though. Mortar Shell. Fuck yeah. Wait, what the fuck is this? Was that supposed to happen during that fight? I did this fight in the demo. I was... Oh no, never mind. I did get turned into a sheep. I remember that. Never mind. What up, Pula? Nice. Can't wait to play this. Can't wait, bro. Whew, can't wait. How would we, if we take all the plants surrounding it? How would we take all the plants surrounding it? Well, it'd be really difficult, but it'd mostly be just using the DSS and convincing a lot of players to join you on your cause. Which ain't gonna be easy. So Mox has been taken. Now we're just trying to take Genesis Prime. 1/3 of the current population of gamers is there. I think it'll update to be a lot more in a second. Already 23%. Yeah, a lot of people swapped over from Mox early. I think people were just getting tired of bots, so the DSS and a lot of players moved over early, so we got 22 hours left. What's the estimation? What does it predict? What does it predict? It predicts 38 hours, but I get the impression we'll probably do it faster than that. I think that's wrong. I don't know. I feel like we should get it faster than that. That feels wrong. That feels wrong. But it's all about the percentage, so we just need a higher percentage to make it go faster. Maybe Joel will change the resistance level. It's possible. Unfortunately, on the DSS, we don't have this available. If players stop donating to this and fully donate to heavy ordnance, we would take it like today. But unfortunately, I think that the community's kind of screw itself over and activate tactical action instead. Because yeah. When are we getting a new war bond? Well, the last war bond it's getting chopped up and it's being given to us for free over time as campaign rewards. So I would assume the next war bond will probably be end of this month, maybe, or sometime next month after that. We're not sure. We're in the kind of a weird spot where the delay of war bonds used to be about 6 weeks, but because the last controversy on war bonds, it seems like they're swapping things around. So we're kind of waiting to see when the next what's it called? The next roadmap comes out, but also when the next war bond, because that'll kind of give us a better look at like, okay, what are we expecting? Even if propaganda succeeds, I don't think it'll stop. But if we don't get this war MO, it'll be okay. Because we could always get the next one, right? We only need 2 out of the 3. Warhammer Warbond, I think that's coming in the next major update. I'm guessing end of summer. That's my guess, man. Lamb.
Another family is torn
That's my guess.
from limb. We must strike.
We'll see. Maybe we get it earlier. That'd be really cool. But my guess is it comes out around the same time as the next big update, and it like overlaps with it. And if it's anything like the Halo Warbond, maybe we'll get a full Warbond and the Halo Warbond and the big update. That would be an awesome, like, bunch of content, similar to what happened with this time last year, basically, with the Hive Lords. Hopefully that update that we get this year is not going to be as buggy as Hive Worlds, because Hive Worlds, man, they had so many issues. They were so cool, but man, it's such an unfortunate update. So many people had problems. I was pretty lucky that I didn't really have issues, but yeah, a lot of people did. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. All right, chat. I'm going to call it early today. I don't want to burn out on HD2. We'll be back tomorrow. I think we're going to do some HD2 into the Assassin's Creed launch. I don't think I'm not going to be doing like a full playthrough of the Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but I think I'm at least going to buy it, or at least like download it on Ubisoft Plus. And we'll play it tomorrow. I'm not planning on doing like a full playthrough of it, not necessarily, unless all my other plans go through. So I'll check it out. It comes out tomorrow around 9 a.m. So around this time tomorrow, I should be playing this. The morning will be HD2, and then this afternoon. And then on Friday, it'll be HD2 mixed with Power World. Me and a friend are going to start up a server, and we're going to play some Power World. That should be fun. It's doing their 1.0 update, so I haven't played it literally since HD2 came out, and Power World came out like a couple days before HD2, so that's why we're playing it. So you can expect that. Probably do some of it on stream, some of it on the offline channel. Yeah. I'm assuming TCS comes out on Friday, though. Maybe Saturday. We'll have to wait and see. I'll have to figure it out. But I'm going to be trying to, split my time between TCS and Power World. So, anyways, you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for some HD2 and Assassin's Creed. Have a great rest of your day. Have a great morning, evening, afternoon, night. Peace out. Thank you. Check out the YouTube channel down below and the Discord. And yeah, peace. Bye, everybody.